If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 20th of May 2026, and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Caulfield Heath. Now, this track is in Victoria. The track rating today is about soft. It's not good. It's soft 5 or something like that. Heath is where we are going to be racing, so that's not going to be the Caulfield main track. It is going to be the inner track in Caulfield. That's where the races are going to be happening. About this track offers about 30%, 35% on the odds. So if there are 10 races, about 3 of the favorites generally comes home. We've got 8 races today here. The last finishing mile is about 360 meters. And we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. So that's what more or less we do. We'll take a snapshot of the first race, the market snapshot, and then we'll discuss the races. Number 3 has been scratched. We don't have number 3. 1, 2, 4, 9. 1, 2, 4, and 9. Okay, so before we move on to this particular race, it's very important that we understand what's going on and where things are getting a little difficult for us to analyze and figure out. So let's first talk about what happened at Flemington on the other day. So a couple of things that has happened is the first one, the 9 won, okay, and the 11 that came in second. Then it went to 5, and then probably somewhere else, I don't remember, but it was 9, then 11, and then 5, okay. Similarly here, it was 4, then it was 14, 4, 14, and then I don't remember what. So bottom line is this, that whenever there is a higher fix, okay, whenever there is a higher fix. So what exactly is happening with the fix? So I don't know where that number is. I mean, who is making that? Is it the trainer or the handicapper? All right. But that number is reflecting. So what is happening is when we have multiple horses, usually races, they have multiple horses. So when there is a higher fix on any horse, that is generally not winning. And why they're not winning is because what my understanding is this, that every time there is a fix which has been given. I've named it fix. It's probably named something different in the handicapping language. I am not a professional handicapper. I just do mathematics. So whenever that load is coming, okay, that is not getting delivered. And my understanding is this, that this basically is putting a higher level of competition or higher level of stress on the horse. If you look at all the horses that have won in the previous day at Flemington, none of the horses which had a higher fix actually went through. Everything here, the 19 won with a lower fix. So what I have done is I have what we have is called a curb value. This is something very similar to the curb value of a car. If you have a vehicle, if you know what is the curb weight of that vehicle, so that's basically curb weight. What we are trying to identify, lower it is, better it is, and with a lower fix. So this basically ensures that I mean, if they are of the same age, same sex, or in any other format, a lower curve value is always better, and a lower fix is always better. Now, if we look at these two channels which we are working on, I still haven't completed them, but this one is basically going to give us an idea of what might the thing look like. So I have not enabled that yet. I'll be enabling that today, and we'll see how that works. So bottom line, what I wanted to highlight is anything with a higher fix, it generally doesn't work. Okay, it generally doesn't work. Anything with a higher fix generally doesn't work. So we need to have a lower fix, and then we need to look at how things are placed. Okay, so we'll come to today's race, and in order of what we have spoken today, in that case, this thing matches. All right, this is a very high fix, this is a very high fix, and that's where it matches. Now so what happens if they go negative? That is also not good. So now in this case, what are we looking at is that if we look through the curve value, then 4 is very high, but that's with a higher fix. Then this one is a higher fix. 2 is relatively lower. Then 9 is lower. Then 7 goes on negative. 1 is the lowest on a 59. All right. So ideally, the odds are right. But the now comes the problem side of this. Okay. This is good. Now what happens is this, that when we look through the advantage, all right, so that comes up top. These two are getting negative into the fix. This is on top, then 9, then 2. All right. But here what the problem is about the form line. Okay. Here it is about the form line. Now, ideally, the odds are right. There are two issues. One is the form line of 1, and the other thing is this 1 is going to be running for the first time. This is a debut. Okay. So that's where the problem is. The form line and the first time runner. The odds are right. What the odds are suggesting, it is right. So ideally, it should be 1 and 2 as a queen. Which one will win is something that we will figure out. Why not 9? Okay. 9 gets into 0. Okay. 9 gets into 0, which is also an advantage. But before it touches 9, okay, and with the 9, what is the problem is it is getting also into negative leverage. So there are horses with negative leverages here. So we'll see if that 9 gets through. Ideally, mathematically, it should get through. This is also mathematics. This is also mathematics, which says that it has a negative leverage, which means that the horse has done something which is not right, or something very unwanted. So that's the fact. But the odds are right. 1 and 2, they are the right odds. Okay. So that should be a queen. However it plays, whether the 1 wins because of the lower fixed value and the effect and everything, or the 2 wins because of the thing. Ooh. My understanding is it should deliver 2, 1, 9, and 4. 2, 1, 9, and 4. 4, this is very high. 8 is a negative leverage, but the thing is very high. So this is a, through the position it is very high. So this is a good horse, but then it is getting into leverage. So that 8 firstly is coming from a very wide gate. Whether it will do anything good from there with that negative leverage is very difficult to believe. But yes, the 4 is into stress and probably will get there on the 4th. We'll see how that works. All right. So I kind of hope that we get this right with the advantage and the curve and all the other things that we are measuring. If that gives us the right figure, then I'm going to remove all of these 2 figures from here, and I'm going to remove a lot of other things that creates a lot of confusion. So we need to get this thing right, and we'll see if that goes right today. I think it is 1 and 2 with the odds. We'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, my friend. All good, bro. All good. No complaints. It's just the season is changing. I mean, it's not changing, it has changed, and the heat here is like unbearable. ACs have stopped working. The car has become an oven. You cannot go out during the day. The car is so heated up inside. Things are messy. But we have mangoes. But we've got mangoes and watermelons to keep us cool. Those are the fruits of life. Pineapple. Pineapples are nice. I mean, the thing is, this is probably coming from the fact that it's a very complicated kind of a thing. There are certain things which are happening from the trainer's side. There are certain things that are happening from the handicapper's side. Now, that's where it gets a little complicated. I mean, obviously the trainers are suggesting something, and then the handicappers are making that arrangement. This fix is coming from the saddle weight. Okay, this fix is coming from the saddle weight of the horse. So a higher fix on the saddle weight is like that, and then they are doing that on the jock.
The speed, he looks a smart horse. Not at all surprised there has been strong market support for him.
He looks a really nice horse in the yard too. He's not the biggest horse in the world, so I'd say that's probably why they've put him away and given him that little bit more time to mature. He's been turned out beautifully. Great attitude for his first day at the races as well. He's lovely and fluent in his action. He's been relaxed the whole time that he's been in the yard. Coat's great, so can give him a strong push.
Two is Caccione for Dom Sutton and Dan Stackhouse. But you'll appreciate getting onto a better surface today, because the meeting at Wangaratta, even though it's officially listed as a soft 5, Look at the vision. It
Looks
like
horrendous.
on a heavy 20. The track was ripping up. It was raining. So, he was narrowly beaten there, but he was well supported. He can improve, no doubt, second up.
He looks really good in the yard. He's been pretty arrogant, to be fair, the whole time that he's been in here and a little bit busy, but it's well within normal limits. I'm not concerned with what he's doing. His coat's beautiful. He's been turned out in great shape.
Melbourne Magic's horse 4 for Simon Wilde and Craig Williams, one of these runners that comes off a heavy track last start's out of the Bull.
He was underwhelming there as a $2.35 favourite, but it was the first time he'd been exposed to a really heavy track, and I think he can bounce back here. I know it's only 14 days between runs, but some of his form from last preparation was outstanding in some strong maidens. He should get a lovely run just in behind the speed, and with even luck, I think he'll be very hard to hold out late.
Another one that's been pretty busy the whole time that he's been in the yard. I think, if anything, he's probably come on a bit since that run at Warrnambool. His coat's nice and bright, so hopefully with the benefit of that, he shouldn't be too far away today if he's easy.
This is a pretty quick backup for horse 5, isn't it? It's Silver Lightning, who we saw at Kilmore there on Friday.
You wouldn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha. Silver Lining, he's been up in trip, down in trip, quick backup, racing in some good races, racing in some bad races. But connections are just continuing to roll him out, and hopefully they can pick up some prize money. But this is a lot harder than what he met at Kilmore on Friday.
Yeah, look, he's lovely and relaxed in the yard. You're expecting to see a very fit horse deep into his preparation, and that's exactly what I saw here.
Jitter 7's an interesting runner. It first started for Ed Cummings and Craig New at Mardyke.
Showed a fair bit of speed in the latest jump out over 1,100 metres at Werribee on the 1st of May. Was up against some pretty handy gallopers like Oak Hill and Miwa, but as soon as she was placed under pressure, she seemed to struggle. So I think she deserves to be big odds in this field, even though the blinkers are now going on for a first start.
She's a nice type. She's got a lovely, pretty head on her, which is what you expect with most progeny of So You Think. He just stamps them. They're usually good-looking horses. She was okay while she was in the yard. She just got a little bit up and about as jockey was getting on board, but she's pretty good considering.
95 in a 50 is the last horse to have a look at here for Ben Brisbane and Lockie King. We know they've got a good record together. This go at third this afternoon.
Showed a bit of speed in her past couple of starts, but again, when she's been sort of urged along and placed under pressure, she hasn't found a lot. So I think the horses at the top of the market would have her covered.
She presented extremely fit too. No excess condition on her, really good tone over her rib cage, and she had a lovely attitude as well.
Okay, Zed. That's race 1, the Mountain Yard. About 5 minutes off a jump. What are we doing here betting-wise?
I don't know if I really want to charge into any of these horses, but I've led the way of Melbourne Magic over Barbarino. I'm scared stiff of Barbarino.
Yeah.
I could easily have had him on top. He's trialled up well, but I think there is something about Melbourne Magic that he's good enough to win here and then go right through the grades. I think he's a fairly smart horse, Simon Wilde. He just hasn't had the right opportunity just yet. And then I've got Caccione sort of on the next rung below those top two and then down to the 9. But I thought it was between the 4 and the 1, the 1 and the 4. I found it very difficult to split them.
Horse Beezy, I've gone Caccione on top from the yard. I thought he presented really well here. A bit of an arrogant sort of a horse, has his own opinions in the yard, but I thought that his condition was really, really good here. So hopefully he can get the job done. First starter in Barbarino, he was fantastic. Thought he presented so well. Really great attitude. He's in lovely condition. I don't think that he should be far away either. Welcome in, Don Sutton. Your horse here looks great in the yard. Is he a bit of a quirky character at home, Don?
Yeah, he is a little bit quirky, a little bit more up and about today than he has been in the past, so I hope that's a good sign.
What would you like him to do today?
I left it up to Stacky. He was keen to be positive. He's got pretty good gate speed, so I'd imagine we'll be in the first 2 or 3.
He was awesome at his first start at Moonee Valley, only beaten narrowly there. Is he a horse that's always shown you a good amount of ability?
He has. He's still quite raw, and hence why we've got the winkers on him. He's still not the finished article, but he has got an engine there, and first up this prep, we did think he'd go to Wangaratta and just win, but they got a lot of rain on the day, and even though it said it came up as soft 5, it was a lot softer than that on the day, and it just took away his turn of foot. So hopefully back on a better surface today, he should be going close.
It can be so character building, our industry, can't it? You take him there, you've got a nice horse, think, oh, the track will be perfect in a soft race, and then something can always throw a spanner in the works, can't it?
Exactly, and as you know, you just got to control what you can control, and sometimes there's not much you can do about it, but he took good benefit out of that run, so hopefully that's enough to get the win today.
Good luck here, Dom.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's have a look at this market. Barbarino, favourite $2.75 and Caccione $2.85.
It's a confident push for a first starter against 2 horses in Caccione and Melbourne Magic, who, they've set down a decent mark in their careers to this point. with Caccione running well at Moonee Valley, and then narrow beating at Wangaratta, and then Melbourne Magic running 2 placings at Sandown last preparation in fairly strong Metro Maidens. The fact that they've sort of been pushed onto the second line of betting from a first starter gives you the indication there's a lot of confidence in this horse.
And if you like Craig Williams and you think he can have a big day, well, this might be a promotion for you. Willow to ride 3 or more winners, $9 on the points bet. What do you really?
So he's got Melbourne Magic, Born Legacy, Cavalry Girl, Pula, Honor Galore, Hay Klein Mouse. So he's got an impending
So 6,
7, 6, top chances.
yeah.
Like I haven't worked out
Crunched the numbers.
I haven't crunched the numbers to work out what that
Jules
would
usually
be.
crunches the numbers and has a bit of a guide for us. He led us into one at Warrnambool, which was the tie between the locals and the visitors in terms of the training honours. What about Willow today? Jules, is he going to have a big day, do you think?
I usually do crunch the numbers.
But you haven't, have you? All right, on that note, if that's the promotion with PointsBet, what are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call 1-800-NUMBER or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Right, for a small field, there could be some speed in this.
Okay, tell us how it'll pan.
Well, Mardyke trialled with speed without the blinkers, and then Ed Cummings has booked Craig Newitt, which you generally book Craig Newitt if you're looking for like a gun to hire, and then they put the blinkers on. So I suspect it'll be going forward. Barbarino has showed the ability to roll forward in its trial or come off the pace.
What about its latest jump out this preparation for those that haven't seen?
On speed.
It was on speed.
Yeah, in the back straight, or the back sort of uphill gallop at Pakenham, and went forward and sort of powered away from them. But, trial pressure to race day pressure is a little different. We just heard from Dom Sutton with Caccione that the intention will be to go forward. So my gut feeling is that 95 in a 50 will kick up from the inside gate. Caccione will kick up, Mardyke will kick up. I get the feeling Barbarino will looking to try and get that 1 out, 1 back position, and Craig Williams on Melbourne Magic will look to stalk the speed from the inside gate and hope to get a split through them in the concluding stages.
Good luck if you're getting involved here in race number 1. Matty Hill making a good case for Caccione, who's $2.70 and will jump favourite with PointsBet. Here in race number 1, let's head upstairs to Matty for his call of the opener.
Terrific, Tim. Nice to see you on this quite pleasant Wednesday at this point in time. Headwind for them in the home straight. Sun is out. Hopefully it remains that way. So Caccione, equal favourite on VAP with Barbarino, is the tote favourite at $2.86. Filling the stalls well down at the 1,200 metres. Rail in the true position on the heath in a soft 5 as Mardyke goes in. Mardyke is forward. And there's one to get set down there, and that is Silver Lightning. Silver Lightning goes in. Sportsbet Black Book plate at 1,200, and they're ready. Caccione in barrier number 3, just going to left a little, and now Melbourne Magic's agitated in 1. Seven away. Melbourne Magic on the inside jumped away pretty well, and is one of the initial leaders with Caccione as they head towards the Heath track proper. Settling down, Caccione off the rails led Melbourne Magic. They were followed by 95 and a 50, 2 lengths Barbarino, the inside of Silver Lightning, and Mardyke is last. Caccione on the outside of Melbourne Magic, who still had the advantage of the rails, 3/4 of a length, now a half off the leader. 2 lengths, 95 and a 50, and then came Barbarino, Silver Lightning, and Mardyke is at the end of the field. 700 metres to go. Caccione tried to settle in the lead from Melbourne Magic, who was happy to get a trail. 95 and a 50 is now improving on the outside. So as they put the brakes on, some movement out deeper. A length and a quarter, Barbarino, Silver Lightning, and Mardyke ridden up on the inner. 400 metres to go. Caccione led Melbourne Magic, so the favourite duo right there. They were followed by 95 and a 50, stoked up out deeper, and Barbarino brought towards the middle. Caccione is gone and grabbed by Barbarino, the outside. Melbourne Magic trying to go with them with 95 and a 50. Barbarino, 100 metres to go. Draws about 3/4 of a length in front. Now a length that is coming clear, and Barbarino on debut with Jamie Hunt. Won it well, a length and 3/4. 95 and a 50. Melbourne Magic.
194 and 5.
Caccione dropped away.
194 and
last
5.
of the 6. Barbarino. For Bill Papper, the gelding by Vino Rosso. Jamie Mott aboard. Jamie had a little look at the big screen. He saw he was pulling clear and has raced away. Number 1, Barbarino, the winner. So we stand by for the full set of details. That has chimed in as if jet propelled.
So that thing actually worked. The one worked, then 9. Well, what happened to 2 is one 9, 4, and 5. So the 2 got knocked out. I don't know for what reason, but that happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Number 4 has been scratched. One, 10, 2, 3. So that two is a confusing horse. I don't understand that horse. What is happening is this is through the POS is very high and the fix is also very high. So what does that mean? So this basically is this is the best horse by far. This is the best horse. Okay. Now what is happening is this one probably, I mean, if we look through this, the 8 did not get here. Okay, it went to 9, but the viewers did not get here with that structure. It did not happen. It happened here. So what basically is the fact that this is like a very good horse. It has the ability. Now there is a fix which has been put to keep it within limits. That's what I understand. Okay, 1 is the favorite, but I think if you look at the 1 is like that. That's on 58. 2. I think it's 10. Let's see. I think Rubak is 10. Will not go up. The 7 wants to get in with the advantage here. It did not go up, but that was a 1200-meter maiden. This is an open race. No. It's a dicey one. The 2 is a dangerous one. Okay, the 2 is a dangerous one, and they're doing something here. So generally, if I can pull up the others, but what happens basically when from the position, if it is like on the top, it is good, but this makes it difficult. So I don't know what will happen there, but that's a very dangerous horse. Here, I think it is here. But they're 10 and 6 are absolutely identical horses. So if that's a low, it'll go a little high. That is a low. 6. This is a higher fix. This is a lower. But that's that. And these two are like that. So yes, 1. What? 10 probably. Let's see. Dows, welcome back, Dows. Dows, what's up, Dows?
coming down from Sydney not too long ago.
5 is Sends a Gnome. Logan Bates riding for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. Stable change from this calibre, formerly in the care of Andrew Noblet.
He went around on a really wet track there at Terrain last time out. It was underwhelming, but that was understandable. Changed stables, had a trial since, but deserves to be the odds here.
Pretty bouncy in the yard consistently too. Got fitness on his side, this horse. Crossover noseband on for the first time. He seems to be okay with that.
Balgownie Miss, a first starter for Luke Williams with Dean Yendall in the Saturday set.
Actually tried up quite well. Look, it's a big leap coming to a metro race for its first start off a country trial win, but wasn't the worst performance in that jump out, getting up along the inside and putting the line well.
Handling herself really well for her first day at the races too. She hasn't really turned a hair. The coat's in nice order, especially for a horse that's been stabled down at Warrnambool.
Cirque de Coco for Clayton Douglas and Jamie Mott, a trapeze artist filly having her first day at the races set.
She had a jump out win at Mornington. It was quite smart, I thought, so she moved well. She's one of the outsiders here that's given a little bit of a chance in the betting, but I thought she tried up quite nice.
She's quite a tall filly, this. She's another one. She's handling herself really quite well for her first day at the races. She looks like she's going to tighten up a little bit from this. I don't feel like looking at her, she's completely screwed down. She might just be quite a good doing filly too, but not a bad parade at all.
Halo Boom for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. and Craig Newitt.
Her trials haven't been all that flash, and her latest trial was on the synthetic surface on the inside at Cranbourne last week, so it's hard to get a gauge on that, but stable certainly know how to get the 2-year-olds ready to win on debut, but the betting suggesting there might be some better chances, and I agree.
She's a really nice mover, this filly, but I feel like she's just going to get better with a bit more time, so I'm happy to bypass her today, but I probably shouldn't disrespect the stable.
Into the music, microphone filly for Andrew Noblet, Billy Egan in the saddle.
She trialled quite nicely without being asked for a maximum effort in 2 jump outs at Flemington. But I thought she travelled quite well. She might be the best roughie in this field at north of 40 to 1.
She's been really sensible. Another one, first day at the races. You couldn't really ask for her to be much better than that today. There's others that I've got ahead of her, but that's no knock on her.
Vega Vixen is a debutante in the Yulon colours for Tony and Calvin McAvoy. Jai McNeil in the saddle.
She's had 4 jump outs across 2 preparations, one in October last year, and then she's had another preparation this time in where she's yet to be beaten. Stable's going well. She's got a lot of natural speed. She was entered to run at Bendigo last Wednesday, and they scratched from a wide gate to save her for this. She looks to be a real 1,000-metre type, and she's going to be hard to catch.
I think she's going to improve even more after today. Looking at her, she's still quite bum high. She's going to come up in the wither again, but she's obviously ready to be here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be. I think she's a really nice filly and quite a good mover too.
Locard debuted in the $250,000 2-year-old race on Golden Mile Day at Bendigo.
She just found the 1100 too sharp in that grade, but I thought she may end up wanting a little further. She's well bred, being by Blue Point out of the Golden Slipper winner in Forensics, but she's still a little work in progress. This is an easy race day than what she tested last start.
What a great pedigree. All the Godolphin horses, to be fair, usually have wonderful pedigrees like this. She's a real nuggety little type. Doesn't look to my eyes, Ed, that she will get too much further. She looks built more like a sprinter at this point in time. She's very strong, good attitude.
Let's get back to the 2 Zed, who we had to skip through very quickly before. Rabare for Nick Lyon and Dakota King.
Speedy customer who was narrowly beaten on debut and then come back off a 5-week break and was able to win here at this track back on the 29th of April. She did have a weight advantage that day, carrying 53. She rises 3 kilos, even with the claim here for Dakota Keane. I do think this is a stronger race as well.
Really nice filly. She's so lovely and athletic, really straightforward, good attitude behind her as well.
The Evergreen Turf Handicap, 1,000 metres for the 2-year-old Zed. Our Brave Boy goes on top. You like this bloke today?
Yeah, I've backed this one. I'm pretty keen to be with him. He's been well supported from north of $4 now into $2.75, which is a good sign. He comes out of a strong race. I like the booking of Jamie Mellum. Tried up well. He's had experience at the track with a recent trial. I think he can camp somewhere near the speed. I don't think he needs to lead, and I think he'll be strong at the finish. 1 to beat 10, 3 and 2.
I'm with the 2 on top from the yard, Rubare. She's just so straightforward. I think the benefit of race experience here against some less experienced horses will hold her in good stead. I think she's getting better with each run that I've seen from her too. So happy to go with her on top from the yard again. Of the other horses, I do like Our Brave Boy. He presented really quite well. He just seems still quite new. I didn't see him on debut, so I'm happy just to put him as my second pick today. Of the rest, Born Legacy and Vega Vixen took my eye.
Points bet market, Our Brave Boy commanding things at the top here, $2.75. Vega Vixen on the second line of betting narrowly, $3.80. $4 for Rabare from an inside draw. Born Legacy, a $9.50 chance, and $7.50 out to 12 for low card. Not a heap of action. Cirque du Coco's been pretty easy. Into the Music's been easy too, and as has Halo Boom. But this is all about the first three in betting. Our Brave Boy $2.75, Vega Vixen $3.80, and Rabare is a $4.20 chance. Let's go straight to the trainer of BZ's top selection here. Our Brave Boy Philip Stokes is catching up with Amy Yagi.
Thanks for your time as always, Phil, our brave boy. Just looking at him in the yard, he just still seems like he's a little bit of a baby brain. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's a very fair assessment. He's a horse we've got a good time for. He's still doing things wrong. He just runs through the bit a bit, and hence he's on a quick back up from the jump outs last week. Just thought it might be a good chance for him to try and get a run into him at good speed. Hopefully he'll just drop his head and do things in a better manner.
When he had his first start at Pakenham, he was only very narrowly beaten. Did you go there with good expectation?
We did, and the format is very good. So this isn't a bad race either. I see the McAvoy horse looks very good, and yeah, it's a good competitive race, but we rate this horse and I'm sure he'll run a good race.
Whole card today is really strong, to be fair. You've got another chance later on in race 8. Can Prancing Spirit win the last?
Hope so. Oh, he's run at Mornington, was good the other day. He's knocking on the ground, knocking on the door, so yeah, he's a definite chance.
Good luck with both your horses.
Thank you.
There's a push from Philip Stokes. Heard Tommy Stokes on the radio giving this horse a very good push on RSN this morning there with Gareth Hall.
Didn't catch that interview.
No, he was very bullish. Best chance of the team for the day. They've already had a winner at Balaclava as well.
Hopefully they're on the mark at this point.
How does the race pan out for him map-wise, you said?
I think there's a lot of options for Jamie Mellor. Listening to the conversation there with Philip Stokes, I think the first thing
That too is a very dangerous horse,
one
Jimmy.
and let him drop his head and then power through the final stages of his race. And given the presence of Vega Vixen, who's drawn 5, I think it's going to be the one that will be spearing forward. Rubaro's drawn barrier 1. I think there's just going to be an easy option for Jamie Mellon to let those two go and hopefully just slide in behind.
There's a little confusion on that horse. I'm not able to understand what exactly is going on, but that
Good push
too,
here, Julesy.
Yeah, so they want the raised
That
one.
too
which
is
a positive.
good.
Sometimes we see that. We didn't really see
It's
it in the
not
first.
bad.
The unraced horse, it delivers.
but at
Our
the
brave
same
boy,
time,
Robert, like it sort of got him to 420.
either
from
they're
550
trying too
just
hard,
back down to that 440, 460. And look, the first start of Vega Vixen.
or they're going to face the
$3 out to
music.
360. If you like it off the jump outs, I'm not saying the market has completely spat it out.
Both are the same thing.
These types of races, the bigger players want to actually see some numbers first.
Loading process underway. First couple of on their way into the barriers. Our Brave Boy goes on top for Matty Hill as well here in race number 2. We're inside a minute till start time. Let's head upstairs to Matt.
Starting to fill the stalls here for the running of the second, so our Brave Boy, pretty solid in the market here, is the supported favourite, 90 cents clear of Vega Vixen as they move up swiftly. Our Brave Boy going into the stalls, so half the field in, we wait on Vega Vixen, Born Legacy, along with Cirque du Coco, Halo Boom and Sense of Nome. Into the music about to load. If you're on the 3 Born Legacy here, there's a change of colours. Craig Williams is wearing club silks here, so they are completely different to what's been advertised. Craig's in a predominantly black jacket with an MRC gold logo. Into the music about to come along. And we've got 3 to line up over there at the 1,000 metres as more support comes for the favourite. Our Brave Boy now 2.5 with the bookmakers. Our Brave Boy at 260, 440 Rubare, $4.80 Vega Vixen as Born Legacy just wanted to backpedal. Halo Boom is riderless at this stage. Vega Vixen waiting patiently away from the other runners. Born Legacy goes in. Evergreen Turf handicap. Favourite our Brave Boy. He's had that one start at Pakenham. Has seen the heat track before in a barrier trial. For a good store here too. Now, in the hands of the clerk of the course, Nome, and Vega Vixen is being trotted forwards. Vega Vixen comes along. He value the tote at the moment.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
Standing well, paraded well. Sentinome is forward, so that looks as though we've got the full complement. Jockey of Vega Vixen just climbing back into the saddle down. Joe McNeil, a brave boy, is marking time. So they look pretty right over there. Centre up. Racing now, our brave boy from barrier number 3 broke away the best with Vega Vixen the outside. Sentinome isn't too far away. Rabare's driving through as well to dispute the lead. 4 across the track, and then 3 legs Born Legacy, and then came Lockhart. Next in the field is Halo Boom. Well back is Cirque de Coco, and then came Belgani missing at the tail of the field as into the music. So it's Rabare just the leader here with our brave boy. They lead at the 600 metres by a length and 3/4. Vega Vixen, who's third one off the fence. Lockhart, the inner. Sentinome deeper in the red. Behind those Born Legacy, Cirque de Coco, and then Halo Boom, Belgani missing at the tail of the field into the music.
Run, baby.
Rabare railed through strongly. And at the 200 metres, led our brave boy 3/4 of a length away, not done with. Then Vega Vixen and Sentinome, who's still coming on. Our brave boy up to Rabare, and Vega Vixen's lifting the outside of the 50. Our brave boy grabbed by
Dan, baby.
darted away, and Vega Vixen won
Dan.
from our brave boy Sentinome Rabare.
10-5.
They were followed next in the field
No, 10.
by Born Legacy in company then
10-1.
with Cirque de Coco. Belgani missed Lockhart, Halo Boom, and into the music. Vega Vixen, the
10-1.
winner. Number 10, the filly by Lucky Vega. $100,000 purchase. Joe McNeil for Tony and Kelvin McAvoy.
10-1.
Number 10, Vega Vixen. Did it at both ends, jumped well, just sat off them, but it was really strong to the line. 360
10-1.
VOP on the tote, $4.10 and $1.50. Vega Vixen wins from our brave boy seconds. Our brave boy who just didn't get its own way with Rabare, who kicked up underneath of him. He runs the second, our brave boy. Jamie Mellon for Philip Stokes. And 5 cents a Nome's done a good job after being wide. And that's a much improved performance. Logan Bates for Big Price and Michael Kent Jr. at 60-1. The race that didn't change that much. Rabare runs 4th after tiring. They've clocked 58.85. 58.85.
10-1, 5-2.
10-1, 5 and 2. To race number 2, a length and a quarter by a short hit.
Ten, 1, 5 and 2. 10-1, 5. That genius. And then 2. They were trying very hard. This thing is, I still don't. So what happens when the fix is too high is it is not working. Okay. And the other thing that is also true, that they're balancing it here. Okay. They're balancing it here. So I mean, we have to finish this. Once we have finished this, we will see how that works. So if we do this, then it is 2.5, and if we do this, then it becomes 2, and then it becomes 2 as well. So this becomes higher. This was 1.5, then this is definitely 0. This is 2. That is not working. Okay, higher fix is a bad thing. Higher fix is a bad thing. This one was higher. This one was a higher, but it did get through because of some reason. It just got through even after that. So the 10 definitely is the one which was there. The 6 was not able. So what is the difference between the 10 and the 6? Okay, so the 10 and the 6. So the difference is here on the jockey allocation, and here is what the body weight of the jock is. So the 6 was with a heavier jock, wherein the 10 was with a lighter jock. Go to the next. Number 8 has been scratched. There's no number 8. 1, 3, 6, and 2. 1, 3, 6, and 2. 1, 3, 6. Okay, so this is a benchmark. Okay, this was open and now this is a benchmark. And 9 also has been scratched. So what is happening? What we have seen is the fix is not working, okay? The higher fix doesn't work. What happened with 10? And why the 10 was in a better position. So the 1 was in a very bad state. Okay. Secondly, it was higher. I had a feeling that the 3 would come in, but the 3 did not do anything nice. So that's probably one side of the story. And the 5 also got in. So that, I mean, we can't measure these horses rightly. Why? Because they have negative leverage and most of the horses have nothing to show. But here, if we play the same, that thing is a very high fix. It's basically, is it a good horse? What is happening is it is chasing 6 steps up. Okay, this is chasing 6 steps up. So from 55, it is trying to chase 61. All right, and there is a fix to help that. So that's the low pressure. We know how that it is. Now that's one side of the story. That's the fix. Out here, if we look, so that 6 is the right fit because that's the lowest from the fixed side. Apart from this one, the 7, which is very high through the position and with the right balance. So that's more or less how things are. Okay, so and now you see, so here what happened is the jockey allocation was 0-0. Okay, the jockey condition, as in the weight that the jockey carries. This is the saddle weight. This is the weight of the jock that the jock is carrying. Okay, which is allocated to the jock depending on what horse he is riding. So that's 0. Here it was 33, which is on a higher side, and this is 10 on a lower side. So this is a lower weight jockey. Here, if you look at these 2 horses, then it is the same thing. Okay, that's the heavyweight and that's the lower weight. So actually 6 is the right fit. 6 is the right fit, not 1. But that is getting into negative. So we'll see. And I'm going to go with 6. Why? Because if we almost are there in some way to do this, but the point is this, that if we are able to crack this in this way, then I'm going to remove the resistance side also, because that also gives us a little scary goosebumps. So we'll remove that also, but I think 6 is an upper hand. 1 is the same thing. Okay, those are higher. Okay, those things, they did not work. The question is the 7, why the 7 did not work. That was also lower. Okay, but the 7 did not work here. The 10 actually went through. So anything over and above, any modification on the horse, any kind of a modification on the horse is a bad thing, whether you're doing whatever you're doing, whether you're reducing or you're increasing. So a minimum increase is okay, or a minimum reduction is okay. But if it goes over and above, then it is bad. So this is like that. So we'll see how that 6 works. But having said that, we need to work this thing with the tier 1 tracks as well. And by the way, this is an all mare, okay? This thing always plays wrong. This is the Victorian special, the all mare. This thing has always played wrong. This thing has always played wrong, you know. Generally, it is a low pressure from an inner gate, which brings in that 7. So we'll see how that works, but this thing always plays wrong. Always plays wrong. Ideally, the 6 should be able to get it. If we don't get this, then we know that the all mare is a trap. We still have to work on the all mare, but the 7 is a check. The 7 probably is a very dicey stuff there. This is 3.5 getting into negative. This is still higher, lower, and that is what is happening with 7. So the 7 is a lethal stuff which is there. We'll see how that 7 gets placed.
370, holding favouritism narrowly over Magnum El Royale, 380. 420 Saluted and Cavalry Girl is a $4.80 chance. Let's have a look at these gallopers in the mountain yard.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Giddy Up with Gareth, 8 a.m. to 12 noon, Monday to Friday on racing.com.
Third event on the program here, Zed. We're over 1,000 metres once again for the fillies and mares, benchmark 70. Rich Dotty, take it away.
I think she's the best performed mare in this race, and I love the way that she's trialled up leading into it. I think the stable's going well. I don't think the draw makes much of a difference. She's got speed, or she can just sit off what could be some pressure here from her outside with Cavalry Girl. I think she's extremely well weighted after the claim, and I think she's going to take it's going to take a good one to beat her.
Well, so good. Her coat is glowing. You would think that it was middle of spring. Just an outstanding grade by her.
Cavalry Girl, source number 2, Dominique and Craig Williams. We know she's got a lot of speed. Zed, do you expect them to push forward from the draw?
I think that's her main asset. So I can't see Craig Williams from that outside gate looking to try and negative early and then try and park in behind. It seems like a handlebars down scenario for Cavalry Girl, and we've seen that from her previously. She's done it with success. Given sometimes the amount of work she does,
Jimmy, 3 and 5.
she can leave herself vulnerable at the finish. Given the way that she sort of burns along, but looking at the way that she's been prepared for this, she's had a couple of nice jump outs. They've looked very solid. She should run up to her recent form, and that might be good enough.
She's been turned out great too. She's definitely thickened up ever so slightly from last preparation, just as she's got that little bit older. She's never going to be big and robust, but she just looks like she's holding muscle mass just a little bit better. Her fitness is no problem here for this trip.
3 is Magnum El Royale for Matt Laurie. Dakota Keane having her first race day sit aboard this Magnus filly, who won her first 3 career races and certainly hasn't been disgraced in her last couple either.
She's been heavily supported here and now is your clear favourite in this race, so a good push for her. She's deep into the campaign, having had 3,000 metre runs, and she raced here at this track and trip 3 weeks ago. She drew the widest gate, and the intention that day from Emily Posman was to try and sort of burn across the field, where a couple underneath kicked up and they just posted it deep. It is only a shoot start, so it was only sort of one bend. I still thought she was a little underwhelming given the depth of that race compared to what she faces here. It was a fast run race, and she did sort of blow up in the concluding stages. She's a chance for sure. She's a good little 3-year-old filly, but I didn't expect that she'd be favourite in this race.
She's turned out really nicely. There's nothing that I'm seeing that's going to impact her performance. She's still holding on to a nice, healthy coat. You know that she's got fitness on her side. She's got nice tone and a good attitude. So she should be running up to expectation based on what I'm seeing.
4 is Tuscaloosa Gem for Graham Begg and Luke Cartwright, a winner 2 back at Pakenham.
2 of her 3 career victories have been 1,000 metres, so I think this is the right trip for her. She's drawn a good gate to maybe just stalk the speed, or do they look to try and press the button on her early? I thought they'd maybe just take, not a drag back through the field, but I thought they might be sort of neutral with her early and try and see if she can finish off. She was okay in the race that was done by Train Magnifique 3 weeks ago on this track. I do think she's the second pick of the Graham Begg trained runners.
Yeah. Looking at her, they both turned out very similar. Graham's a great conditioner of horses. She looks fantastic. She's just having a little bounce here. It's well within normal limits. I think she's just a quirky type of mare that's feeling pretty well, but her condition can't be faulted.
We haven't seen Mrs. Archibald at the races since back at the start of October, Zed.
She's had a few trials through March, April, and now into May. And they've been okay, but I think the betting's about right in pegging her as one of the outsiders. She's well suited at 1,000 metres. She's run well fresh previously, and she draws a good gate to just get a parking behind the speed. But with the blinkers coming off and taking on some horses that look much more forward than her, I think she's going to sort of improve as the preparation goes on.
Has the crossover going on for the first time to start her preparation too. She couldn't care less about that, which is always a good box to tick. She's another one similar to Cavalry Girl, but probably noticed it more so with her. She's just really thickened up and matured. I love seeing the way that these mares continue to furnish throughout their seasons. I think she's got a good base of fitness there. I think she's just going to race a little bit heavier this time round.
Saluted is resuming for Robbie Griffiths. John McNeil looking for another winner on the program.
Very progressive filly. She had a brilliant 2-year-old season, and the 3-year-old 2 runs that she had in the spring, in September and early October, they're probably not as bad as what they look like.
2 is carrying 61, yes, probably.
They tipped her out. She's had some trials leading to this that have been very encouraging. She's won her latest 2 at Cranbourne, 4th of May and 13th of April. Both have been on rain-affected going. I think she handles the track like she meets here this afternoon. She's a talent. She's good. She's got a great racing style. She can be handy to the speed. She's running a good gate, so she's one of the key chances for sure.
Yeah, she's turned out well too. It's a good race this. I tell you what, you couldn't make much excuses for any of these. They're all turned out really nicely. No, she's got a good attitude. She's had a little bounce here and there, but I think she's just feeling really well. Good, powerful hindquarter on her.
Pocket size. Billy Papazahara Darkness looking for a double on the program inside 3 races.
1,000 metres is the right distance for her. She was beaten on her merits last start behind Blethyn at Cranbourne on a Friday night about a month ago. First up this preparation, she ran really well at this track and trip behind Jenny Anydots. There's been some solid form out of that race. So from that inside gate, I'd imagine she's going to
go for one. Dow's one.
Strong in the sort of 100 metres of this race. I didn't think she was as sharp as some of the key chances in the market, but she's not the worst.
No, she presents really well too. She's a nice fit horse, a number of runs deep now, as her name suggests. She's not the biggest horse in the world.
The 6 is getting tailed.
Any excess condition, but just looks right up to the mark for this.
All right, Ted. That is the mounting yard here. We know that Rich Dotty is your best play on the program.
Yeah, pretty keen on her. I think she can stamp her authority on this field. I love the way that she's been prepared leading into it. She looked glowing in the parade. She looked as though she's ready.
I don't have a U-turn right now, but the 6 is getting tailed.
So keen to be with her. To beat Cavalry Girl, Saluted, and Magna Bell Royale, but I've backed the 1, Rich Dotty.
I'm with you, BZ. This horse looked unbelievable in the yard. Could not look any better, Rich Dotty. So more than happy to have her on top of the rest. It's a good race. It's a small field, but I tell you what, it's a very, very competitive field. They've all turned out in great order. Cavalry Girl looks great. Tuscaloosa Gem's another one. They all look good, but I'm with number 1.
Market and Magna Bell Royale, $3.70 favourite now, so $3.80 for Rich Dotty. Saluted $4.55 for Cavalry Girl. Tuscaloosa Gem 7. Pocket size 18 and Mrs. Archibald's been out the gate. Now a $51 chance, but $4.60, $3.80, now $3.70 for Magna Bell Royale. A good sustained push for our favourite here in race number 3. Horse number 3. All right, let's head back out on course. Amy Young is catching up with Rowan Hughes, representative for the Graham Egg team.
Well, Rowan, when you bring 2 horses to the races looking as good as what these 2 do, you must be pretty happy with how they're going. Let's start with Rich Dotty. She looks unreal.
Yeah, Graham and the team have done a great job with her. Last preparation, she just struggled a little bit. We had a few little things going on with her. She was probably short of her best, but at the same time racing in very good grade. So she's back to a softer grade here. She's prepped up beautifully well. She's a lovely mare to train. So we come here very happy with her. Obviously, she's got very good fresh form and she's got very good 1,000-metre form.
Tuscaloosa Gem's been really consistent all preparation.
Yeah, she's been going great. She's little feel about her is that she's very good at Pakenham. She has got a great record away from Pakenham, and probably the way Pakenham shapes up for us is good. But her run the other day was really good. She chased a sort of an odds-on favourite and toughed it out really well at the end. She's holding her form really well. Again, Graham and the team have got her in pristine order, and she's obviously got that race fitness on her side.
Rich Dotty can be quite versatile in how you ride her. How would you like things to work out today?
Yeah, we sort of think the speed sort of drawn outside and inside of her, and Emily's going to try and blend across with those other 2 horses, probably just sit off them. Tuscaloosa Gem's drawn in and well. She'll begin well and probably just sit behind them as well. So it looks a high pressure race. 1,000-metre race, we don't want to get too far off them, but probably see them both just behind that hot speed.
The stable's ticking along beautifully, as it quite often does. How did Zakuma pull up after last weekend?
Yeah, he pulled up fantastic. A Herculean job to do what he did in this preparation, especially under the set weights conditions of the Ramsden. So sky's the limit for him because he's still fairly lightly raced and still a little bit unseasoned. So ticket into the Melbourne Cup, hopefully we can get there. And if he does, he's still got good improvement. It's very exciting for the stable.
Good luck with both these horses and Zakuma going forward.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks.
Good little push, particularly Rich Dotty here in Z.
That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear. And there's been a late rally too. This has been well back. So, like in the last sort of 15 minutes, it was starting to just look a touch soft as punters were chiming into Magna Bell Royale. And they haven't retreated from Magna Bell Royale, but they've really warmed to Rich Dotty in the final 5 minutes. So, and I like the thought process there with Rowan in terms of how they think this race will pan out for their 2 particular runners. Cavalry Girl looks an out-and-out speed horse. Magna Bell Royale, I'd imagine, is going to be ridden for speed. And it seems as though the intention for Emily Posman will be to hopefully just park in behind those 2. If you're wide on this track, I don't think it makes a difference, especially out of this shoot start. And then you really want to be starting to make your run as you just start to build into that home bend and have your revs up when you're into the home straight.
So your best bet on the program, we can see there your next best on the program in race number 5, Delicate Lady for Jerome Hunter. So $3.60 for Rich Dotty and $4.20 for it in a couple of races' time. Jules, any thoughts or anything we can take from this late market push?
Yeah, really warm, Rich Dotty for BZ. So it's going to start clear-cut favourite now, from what I can see. And again, no knock Magnabel Royale, but for a horse first up, Rich Dotty, I think it's significant. The other ones that were sort of in the market, they've become soft. So they definitely want Rich Dotty, which is just a great sign for a horse.
Give us strength.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Good luck to you, Zed.
Pick of the yard as well from Amy Yardy. She was
boxes, hasn't she?
She was keen to be with Rich Dotty, and she's a mare that showed a lot of promise. And even what Rowan Hughes suggested that in the spring, maybe she had a few little niggling issues, but they are happy with her at this point in time. They seem to be on top of those. There'd be a few little spots of rain there at Caulfield.
Some threatening clouds around.
It didn't look as though there was a huge amount on the radar, but this track's racing really well, and I'd imagine it would be able to cop a little bit of moisture if we do get it. But let's just get Rich Dotty home here because she's been smashed into favourite now.
3:40 now. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call of race 3.
Terrific, Tim. Yes, BZ always been a fan of Rich Dotty, particularly that victory on Cox Plate Eve. Couple of sea things back. He's tested a lot better races than this over the journey. On resumption, and the money suggests that it's up for it. 380 into 330 ahead of Magnabel Royale, and then Saluted. That rain, there is some rain heading in our direction. It looks quite threatening, but not a lot on the radar. Hard to see what we're going to get in the next half an hour or so. Last one coming forward, the very speedy Cavalry Girl, with Craig Williams aboard. Goes into the Sportsnet race replays. Mrs. Archibald has become fractious, and the jock was lucky to get to the Zach Spain and get his legs trapped in him. So Zach's jumping out. May have actually got his leg caught. It's being carried out of the gates. He's got a bit of a hip up, Zach. So they might have to look at the horse and the jockey. So the horse will be vetted. It was standing there waiting, but there is unfortunately Zach Spain on the ground in some discomfort. Getting the leg trapped in the petition there. So the horse is being vetted, but obviously the jockey has to be all right to ride it as well. So we'll find out more shortly. I don't think Zach's able to ride this horse, regardless if the horse is right or not. So we'll find out shortly. Judging by the body language of all involved over there, it's coming out at 1:36 and withdrawn.
Just hold fire, you guys get this across, we'll get the shot.
So Mrs. Archibald comes out. Mrs. Archibald is a late withdrawal. So the field is locked away now. A little light rain across Caulfield too. They're set to go. Ready. Cavalry Girl towards the outside. Dwelled a little there. Salute is going to lead from Magnabel Royale. Pocket sides the fence. And then out deeper on the track, Rich Dotty. Tuscaloosa Gem second last at the end. Cavalry Girl. 700 to go. Saluted led. Rich Dotty out deeper. Magnabel Royale between horses. A length and a half pocket size. Then Cavalry Girl trying to improve. Tuscaloosa Gem is last of the 6 as they reach the 500 metres. So the front runner is Saluted by a length. Control tempo at the moment from Rich Dotty, Magnabel Royale. Then Cavalry Girl on their heels in fourth from Pocket Size and Tuscaloosa Gem niggled at. Around the turn, Saluted with 350 metres to go. Led 2 lengths to Rich Dotty the outside, giving chase. Cavalry Girl out wider with Magnabel Royale. Still Saluted though, going pretty strongly, approaching the 100 metres. Cavalry Girl's the only threat. Saluted the leader by a length, 3/4. Cavalry Girl's going to get close, but not close enough.
Yes, baby. 6.
Tuscaloosa Gem. Then came on the
6,
rail,
2,
Pocket
1,
Size,
4.
and last of all, Magnabel Royale, scratching time 1:30.
I thought I lost it. I did not have a U-turn on this. 6 to 1 and 4.
Jai McNeil gave them something to chase and they couldn't catch Saluted. Number 6, trained by Robbie Griffiths, the filly by I Am Immortal out of No Rewards. First up, and has been too strong for them.
No, it is not too strong. It is somewhere else. 6 to 1 and 4. Okay. So what happened? That happened. Six. 5 got scratched anyway. So 6 was low. Now between these two, okay? Between these two, this was a lower. 6 to 1. 5.5, 5.5. 54, 55. 87, 7. Then it is here. The 7 did not get placed anyway. So that's bad, but 6 got through. Okay. A higher fix is bad. Any modification is bad, basically. Any modification is bad, basically. That's the point. We'll go to the next. Eight, 3, 7, 4. The odds are right. The odds are right. The 8 should win. The odds are right. That is not happening. There's 2.5. 5-year-old gelding from gate number 4. That's a 59. This is a 58. So that's the only threat. But here is the scene. The position is So here, if we look at what happened, okay, so the position has to be higher. The position has to be higher. I mean, quite a few things which are very intricate in this. So what is the position? The position basically identifies, with the weight allocation, are they in the bracket where that weight can be allocated? Okay, so that's where the position comes in. So a higher position is always good. Okay, a higher position with a lower fix is always good. That's where things happen. A higher position with a lower fix. Anything with higher fix is bad. So that's where the 4 comes in. Okay. The 3, the position is like that, and then this is the 1. So the 4, which is the other one. One 1.5. That here 1.5. So let's see the. I mean, I think 8 should get home. The 4, I am not sure, because the 4 might have to talk to 10, which is there. Okay, because that's a 57, which is there. Probably. Okay, that's a 57. This one gets knocked out because of the higher fix. They cannot have the same fix. So that's that. And it is here. So that's good. So we'll see. And here, what can happen? So the only problem with this is this, that the fact this 8 is going to come from gate number 11 on an 1800 meter. So that's the only issue. That is the only issue. This is a drop, which becomes 58. This stays. Let's like that. 59 from gate number 4, which is okay. But the position is on a lower side. This is on a higher side. This is good. Then comes the 4 with the position, but that's challenging 2 steps up as a 56, which is, I mean, which means that it is a good horse. But a competition is a competition. So that's a 56.5, and there is a 57.5 with a drop, which is also there. So whether the 10 will get there or the 4 will get there, those are, some detailing that needs to be done. But overall, 8 looks good. 7 probably will not be able to do this. This is okay. And then comes this one, which is a 7-year-old gilding, which I've checked. So that, I don't know if that 9 is going to do any damage. Through the numbers it can, but those are not the only numbers. It is also losing body weight, and it is in a state which is pretty wicked. So we'll see how that works, but 8 probably is the right thing. 3 is a 60, but this drops, increases. So there's a lot of modification which are happening. Okay, so any modification is bad. That is the lowest modification that I can find. So that's more or less the right odd, I think so. The 2 was actually decent. The 2. Yeah, the 2 was decent. And you see, the DAOs, the thing is, it always goes low pressure, high pressure. So that's something that we all know, that it will go low, high, low, high. And this is good. One was chasing 6.5. This is a 5.5. This one was a 5.5. Ideally, 3 or the 7 should have got it. But those are the things that I am still not clear about. But what I mean, see, what I am saying is not the Bible. Okay, it's horse racing. Things can get altered through various circumstances. The horse may not run. The horse may not run. So that's the key thing. But since we do this on a regular basis, and there are, I keep this thing as a you know I'm constantly comparing horses, constantly comparing gaits, constantly comparing the weight, pressure, leverage, everything. So I do get some indications. When those indications do not work, then I again start researching and I try to figure out why those indications are not working, what is going wrong. But overall, the fact is this, that the resistance, we are going to remove this resistance column. This is a very scary column that we have. We're going to remove that, and that'll give us a little more confidence. But this also saves us from getting burnt at the same time. We know how things are. So that's more or less how things are. So that's what it is. And yes, the one, there was no resistance on that one. Okay, there was no resistance on that one. So that was brilliant. It was a low pressure. But that contradicts with this one, where the modification is so high. You see, both of those modified horses, both of those high modified horses, they did not get through. So modification is bad. Here I think 8 is the right odd, but it comes with a challenge, which is like gate number 11. We'll see how that works. I think 8 will win. And also the fact is this, that today we are able to identify this in a much smoother fashion. Why? Because, it is fitting into the screen. If we had like 15, 16 horses or like 20 horses in here, it'll be very difficult to identify. We need to do some color corrections as well. I think if we get, I have a call scheduled with one of the trainers, but it'll be much easier if we get Breeze here someday. He will be able to clear it out how this thing is working, because what I think is the trainers basically, you know, they kind of do certain things which are, the trainers, they do certain things which we are not privy of. How and who is allocating this? This is being allocated, okay? This is being allocated. This is over and above the horse, which is the horse is carrying 60. So this is over and above that, okay? So this is the saddle, probably, and then the jock. So there's a saddle weight. Then what is allocated on the jock? There are three sets of weight. One is what is on the horse. The second is what is on the saddle. Third is on what is on the jock. There are three sets of weights in there.
Is it 9th during the Warner Cup?
Yeah, off a disappointing run last start on a really heavy track. I think getting back onto a better surface would be ideal. Given the booking of Linda Meach from an inside gate, you'd assume the intention would be go forward. Back to 2,000 metres on a dry track, kept positives.
He looks great in the yard too. He's lovely and healthy. He's very fit. Just got such beautiful manners on race day. He conserves his energy well.
2 is Miracle Spin for the Bobbin stable. Second up.
Was a bad run. First up at Warrnambool, beaten comfortably there by Like a Tiger, but was buried back on the inside in an awkward position and was working to the line nicely. That was the end of 1,700 metres. You would imagine with another run, getting onto a better surface and going up in trip, they're all positives.
He's a very unassuming horse from a parade point of view. He's far from being the prettiest horse or the flashiest looking horse, but there's nothing wrong with the way that he's turned out. He's fit and he's moving well.
Like a Tiger was a winner at Warrnambool for Matt Smurd and John Allen.
It was a good performance there on wet ground. It was third up. He could still have some further improvement to come, given he was only early on in his preparation. Matt Smurden's done a really good job with this horse. He's been quite consistent. Import galloper, that's been his care for a couple of preparations, and he seems to be one of the leading hopes in this race for sure.
Seems lovely and bright and happy within himself, this horse. He's got a really good, positive look on his face. He's always carries a fair bit of natural condition, but I feel like he's tightened up from when I saw him first up.
4 is Gates, Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Luke Nolan, what do we think about this bloke's chances today?
Well, hopefully he can run into the top 4, but I think he's a better hope than just a top 4 chance. His runs have been steadily improving, and he raced in a handy event at Bendigo, benchmark 74 on Golden Mile Day, where he was just back on the inside and sneaking runs. I think it was the performance that suggested next start he'd be now at the stage of his campaign where he'd be ready to do something, and we may see him even roll further forward than what he has done previously.
He's a pretty cool old horse. He always just plods around in the parade ring, and today's no different. His coat's nice and healthy. His fitness is where it needs to be. No knock.
Superstock, where do you think he's at in his preparation, Zed?
I think he's now fit and he's coming back in grade, so he could be one that improves here. He was a little disappointing if you just look at his run on face value at Flemington last start, but it was a much stronger race. He was keen, it was a fast speed, he went forward, and he just tied in the concluding stages. I think that run would have continued to tighten him up fitness-wise, and this is a more suitable class for him.
He's a funny horse to assess on race day because he always carries a good bit of condition, even when he's wound right up and right at his peak in regards to his fitness. I do think he has tightened up nicely with each little run this preparation, though.
6 is Durban Harbour for John Simons and Sheila Laxon, going to go around for a big price here.
Not easy to return first up against horses who are deeper into their campaign and win in this class, but the latest trial on the Heath track behind Gilded Water was actually quite encouraging. He might be a horse, though, is better suited with the running over a bit further.
I don't know him, so it's hard to assess him fairly, but I think that he's got a little bit of improvement still to come. Has got a nice base.
Gate, welcome back, Gate.
Glenn Finnan for the Tolson and Proctor team.
4 and 5. The 4 is good. The 4 should get there, Gate.
He's my top selection, and he's been restricted to shorter races for basically 2 preparations now, and I think he's screaming
4 is good.
and he's on the quick back up. He goes from a wet track to a firmer surface, and the blinkers go on. So while he has been a little underwhelming, or last start he was, I thought his run at Sandown 2 back was huge, and I think he's been crying out for this distance.
You think his run was huge? You should stand next to him, BZ. He's a monster, this horse. He is so tall. He'd have to be 17 two-hand side, way bigger than your normal horse. He's turned out in really good shape here. His coat's still lovely and short, very healthy. Fitness is no problem.
Cooler just keeps on winning this time in Zed. She's made it 2 in a row. Can she make it 3?
I'm against her here. She's clearly a good winning chance. I don't think she's too short in the betting. Yes, she's likely to roll forward, but I don't think that's any advantage here today. And I think there's a few horses that may kick up and make her earn the front as well. So, yes, a winning hope, but I think she's very short of betting.
I think she's very honest. I've always been a big fan of this mare. She just never really runs a bad race. She looks similar to how she did recently when she won, although I would say I thought her coat looked better last start.
Sir Rockford is the next horse to have a look at here for Aaron Lang. Teo Nugent and Barrier 1. Zed, what do you think they can try and do?
4 should be getting their Gate.
It's not a horse that...
The question is whether the 8 will win from that Gate 11.
Not an easy scenario for going into
It's
that
a little
race.
too wide.
Second up last preparation was able to win in similar grade over 2,000 metres. So He can improve, but I think he deserves to be one of the outsiders.
Yeah, busy enough in the yard too. I would say that he's tightened up a fair bit from having that first up run at Warrnambool though.
Blue Cowboy for Mick Kent and Dan
He was
Stackhouse.
just a little keen last start, but he's still early.
Four
in the campaign.
probably
He should
will
be
get there
outstanding preparation
in some
to
form.
get to his best form.
He could bounce back this horse.
Question
He was
is
an absolute
8.
peanut here at his most recent start. Absolutely cooked himself pre-race, and today he was on his best behaviour. So wouldn't surprise to see him turn his form around quickly.
And Drummers here for Lindsay Park and Luke Curry, a last start winner in a 62 at Wodonga.
It was a fairly soft race, but it was a dominant win, and it was an aggressive ride from Will Gordon. He went forward from the outside gate. He led. He did get a very easy time and then kicked away. I think there's more pressure in this race than there's more depth in this race.
1.
But you need to measure up
5-7.
that to a lightly raced 3-year-old who's still on the improve. So I wouldn't say no, but it's not one that I wanted to go.
Got a lovely attitude, this horse. He was beautifully relaxed the whole time that he'd been in the yard. He's moving particularly well too.
Okay, Zed, keen on the chances of Glenn Finnan at a bit of a price here.
I think he's the one that can improve, that's been crying out for this distance range. I like him on the back up. I like him with the blinkers going on. He was a little inconclusive on a really sticky track at Pakenham last week, but I think there's a few more things in his favour here today. So happy to back Glenn Finnan. I think Gates is the big improver now at the stage of his campaign where he should be hitting his straps and then down to Like a Tiger. And I'm against Pooler. Yes, she's a hope. She should go forward, but I think there's a bit of speed in this race. So I'm going to have something on the 7 and also have something on the 4, Gates.
Well, this is really open. I don't have a strong opinion in this race. You could sort of make a case for a few. There wasn't really anyone standing out in the yard, but I'm going to go Glenn Finnan on top. I thought the headgear going on, he presented really well here. His coat's lovely and short, very healthy. So happy to go with him in a very even sort of a field. Of the rest, you can make
Yeah,
a case for
because,
Like a Tiger. I think he looks really good.
people are thinking
Gates in the other one,
twice.
Blue Cowboy presented much better
It's coming
today
from
than
gate
he did
number
at his most
11.
recent start.
It's coming from gate number 11. That's the only
thank you.
issue,
How's Gates?
I think.
Yeah, no, he's here in good order. His work leading into this has been
The
nice.
jock has to be
Today's the
very
sort of day where we
smart
need to
riding
see him
this.
Do something. It's a suitable
The
trip.
jock has to
Need a
be-
little bit of luck from that draw, and hopefully we can be not too far away and ready to feature in the finish.
He's a pretty unassuming sort of
I think
horse on race day. Caddy.
4 is a
Give him much
4 is a
inclination. He doesn't look
place
overly excitable.
which
Does he
is
give you any
safer
inclination at home in
because
regards to his track work?
that
We
thing from
try and
gate
just
number
spot things up a little
11
bit for
may
him. He's a
bounce.
pretty relaxed customer, so we do a little bit of jumping with him. We sort of mix his gallop.
I'm
up a
out.
little
I'm
bit
not
as well,
going to get
just
into
try and
it.
keep him enthused in that
But
regard.
One other runner for the day, any chance?
Again, she needs
Pass.
to improve, but I think she has the ability to do so. She just had no luck in a race that the tempo didn't suit at all last start. So probably looks, I'd say her form
It's a
is
little
definitely
wide.
on her, and she probably can improve off that today.
Would you say you're probably more hopeful than confident with both horses today?
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It should have been within
Alright,
the
so interesting little push
first
there
10
from Pat
gates.
Coleman, regarding Gates. Sounds like he's a bit of a hard horse to tell how he's going to go, but hopefully for the connection's sake today might be the day. The loading process is underway. Anything final to add here, Zed? We know you're tipping Glenn Finnan.
I'm just against the favourite. Look, I think she's been well placed to pass 2. She comes
What
up
is
to a
that
hard
11
race.
now?
I thought there was a bit of pressure drawn underneath her, and I'm specking Glenn Finnan, Gates, and can even see Superstock running a decent race here at the price. So
That's a
I'm backing
drop.
the 7 and the 4, mindful that the 5 might jump out.
Let's
No,
head
in
back
that
to
case, the
call
10 is
of,
there to
interesting
talk.
fourth event on
The
the program.
10 is there to talk.
Key Clean bringing us the 4th race as they get set well. Burger's Son is the next one
The
into the
10
stall.
is going
They
to
stuck with
talk to
Gates
the
in the end.
11.
I thought the class of races the
We'll
horse has
see
been
how that
contesting,
works.
if it was able to find its best here, it would give it a shake in what was a difficult race. Cooler from an awkward draw must be considered as well. Like a Tiger's the one that's been supported here. $7 into $5.50, clear third pick. Now, Druthers going into the stores, along with also Blue Cowboy, Like a Tiger. So Poole is going to be the last here. Pooler with Craig Williams taking one more turn. They're just working with Miracle Spin, who is just lashing out there. I think the barrier blankets might not be sitting.
Craig
right. It's
Williams
come
is
loose,
on
so they're going to back the horse
8.
out and
Is
go
good.
again. Pooler takes an outside alley. So just a bit going on here with the
5
Miracle
and 9
Spin
win
number 2.
place. That was
In fact, they're going to vet this horse, I think. The vet's having a look.
The
And
two.
now they're trotting Miracle Spin around, a 7-year-old. Or a trainer, Andrew Bobbin. Just a bit fractious in the stalls. So now the vet and rider just having a consultation, and now another look at this one, Miracle Spin. Judging by all of the body language over there, the barrier blanket's getting positioned again and the jockey's back on. So will be fit to start. Miracle Spin number 2 at around the $21 mark. So tote favourite at $3 Pooler, ahead of at $5.50 Like a Tiger, Glen Finnan $7.50, Superstock $9.50, Gates at $9.80, Brothers at $11. Miracle Spin goes up to barrier number 2, and now they're locked away. Fourth event of the afternoon. And away they go. Glen Finnan jumped well with Blue Cowboy, and Like a Tiger wasn't too far away. Pooler takes a couple of strides to get into its work, but goes up and searches for the front two. They were followed next by Miracle Spin on the inside, and Druthers improving deeper. Approaching the 1,500 metres, Pooler is the leader from Druthers Blue Cowboy, a length and a half Like a Tiger, who's obliged to race 3 wide early. And then came Glen Finnan, Miracle Spin at the 1,400. 2 further back is Gates, Sir Rockford, and then Burger's Son. Durban Harbour second last outside of Superstock at the end as they continue to climb towards the top of the hill. 1,200 metres to go. Pooler is the leader from Druthers, and Like a Tiger pressures those out 3 wide. Blue Cowboy with the sit on those. And then Glen Finnan, Miracle Spin from Gates, Sir Rockford, Burger Son, 2.5 lengths Durban Harbour, and Superstock. Well, Like a Tiger's pressing on with the job here out wide. Runs off the back section at the 950, puts some pace into the race midway, with Pooler kicking up underneath of it. So Pooler regained the lead at the 750 from Like a Tiger. Druthers now got the sit outside of next Blue Cowboy. They drop anchorage, they're chopping and changing here, so there's a move right around the outside, 5 deep. Burger Son has gone up. So at the 600 metres, Burger Son now shading them from Pooler, Like a Tiger. Gates is also in that clump of horses with Druthers. So 5 across the track, approaching the corner of the 400 metres. They were followed by Durban Harbour. Blue Cowboy trapped behind horses on the fence. So too
Run, baby.
behind them was Sir Rockford. Pooler had a kick on the inside at the 250. Re-rallies with Like a Tiger. They're together. Blue Cowboys trying to get a run. Miracle Spinners battling on. Like a Tiger and Pooler together. As they reach the 100, it's Like a Tiger, Pooler. Miracle Spin still coming at them. Like a Tiger, aptly named, just in front. Miracle Spin, like this photo.
Two, I think.
Photo finish Like a Tiger or Miracle
The 11
Spin,
is the
and
last.
Luckless Pooler behind them. Then Blue Cowboy, next Durban Harbour, Gates, Burger Son, Sir Rockford, Superstock and Druthers, and it's a photo. Terrific go between Like a Tiger and also Miracle Spin, with Pooler not beaten that far either. And it'll be Miracle Spin on the outside.
2.
Miracle Spin will win it. It'll be a short half head from Like a Tiger. Pooler's been beaten ahead. Glen Finnan's been beaten a half length 4th. Blue Cowboy's
2,
been
3,
beaten
8
3/4 of a
and
length
7.
away 5th. So a great finish to the Key Clean Handicap, but Miracle Spin, number 2, is the winner. Number 2, Miracle Spin. Shaylee and Gelsh, the winning.
2, 3, 8 and 7. The 2, that 7-year-old. Two, 3, 8. So now the fix worked. Now the fix worked because that was from gate number 11. Okay. So that is tuning. That is tuning. Anyway, that happened. I had doubts that it'll win from gate number 11, but that's more or less the story. So what basically is the story? Okay, the story is like this: that no modification is best when the circumstances are normal. No modification is best, or low modifications are best when the circumstances are normal. But if circumstances are abnormal, like in this case it was gate number 11, then there is a tuning that will happen. We'll go to 5. Eight, 9, 10, and 14 all scratched. 3, 6, 7, 11. Okay, now this is going to be tricky. It's a weird mix. They have all the same age mares in this, and then the geldings. It's going to be weird. So ideally it should be 11. Ideally it should be 11. And here is the fact. The fact is this is the lowest. They're all high. This is the lowest on a 58. 62, they're chasing. It's very high. Fix is very high, fix is very high. All that is happening. 58, there's a 59, 1.5, 3, 3.5. Ideally, it should be 11. 3 is very high compared to this one. So that's 36. And then what? 5. Ideally, it should be 11. Let's see what they have to say. Ideally, it should be 11. That's the thing. 3 is high. Once we've gotten this straight, then probably we'll be able to work on the other positions as well. But this one is the lowest. Okay, about 15 and 13, they are lower than this. Okay, but that's a 56.5, that's a 57.5. This is a drop, this stays. So that's a 56 and that's a 58. This becomes a 57 with a very high modification on this. So that's so what that means basically is this is what I do not have a clarity on who is actually doing that modification. Is it the trainers who are doing the modification, or is it the handicapper who is producing this doing that modification? So that's that part of the story. This is the lowest, 11 on 58, and then those are very high modified. Let's see how that works. Probably 3. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Now 6 is my first picking runner, but we're gonna go. We'll play 6. 6. Black book runner. 6. 61. Okay. The 60. 8. So here is the thing. So if we look through the DICR, all right, DICR basically is showing which are the horses on the class. Okay. Now, how diluting is that figure is the fact that, you know, to get to the DICR, there is this fix which is working. Okay. So this is where I was constantly going wrong, where I was not able to figure out. Even here also, if you look at what has happened is, if you look at the DICR, all right. So the DICR basically is showing the class who is carrying the top weight here and what is the class and, you know, how that thing is. But getting to the class is getting through the fix. That's the problem. That was the problem. So the class minus the fix is the answer. The class minus the fix. Cap 404. What's up, Cap? I mean, it's very confusing, and the problem is this, that, you know, there's so many layers they play. There's so many layers they will play is where the problem is. People think the highest weight is going to win. Okay, the highest weight is going to win, but the highest weight is divided into 3 factors. One is what the horse is carrying, second is what the saddle weight is, and then what is there on the jock. So that brings it to the highest. Now, if you look at the fix, that's the highest fix on this, which means that that's probably a bad idea. But where it works, that also we will talk and figure out. This thing is like that. I'm still not clear about the entire thing, but after Flemington Flemington was a good day, and it gave us a lot of things that we were looking for. And I had a hunch that the fix is not going to work. The fix is artificial. The fix is artificial. And I don't know. I think that fix is the saddle weight. It may not be the saddle weight. It is something else. But I think it is the saddle weight.
Catalogue online now.
Mark 66, Delicate Lady, your next best bet today. Zed?
She comes out of a pretty strong race first up, and she was well supported there, $20 into 13, and she was no match for the winner, Swift Force, but she was down on the inferior ground. I think better for the run. I don't mind her coming back to 1,000 metres. We've seen her show speed previously, but we've also seen her race off the pace with effect. So I think it's just down to where Jamie Mott is comfortable with her, and I just think she's extremely well graded coming back to a midweek race.
It's a really relaxed customer. She's got a beautiful long action on her. Coat's in good healthy nick too, so no knocks at all.
Four's our Pep Dioros. Talking to Nick Ryan yesterday on the radio show, Zed, it sounded like he was just waiting for the synthetic season to come around for this bloke.
So if you're taking anything out of that, it suggests that he's looking for a dry track. He did trial up quite well since his last run. He was a little underwhelming last time he was at the races, but he had a nice jump out at Flemington. That was back on the 20th of March, so he's still been, we've had April and now into May since we've seen him publicly, but his trial since his last run was pretty sharp.
Looks like there's a fair bit of intent with the way that he's been turned out. He's very fit here, even with that gap between runs and that trial in between. His coat's still in great condition for this time of year.
Rodriguez is trained by Brian McGrath to be ridden by Dan Stackhouse from an inside draw.
Really promising horse for Brian McGrath, and did a good job with him last preparation. He was beaten at Bairnsdale in a race on Melbourne Cup Day, which I think was borderline a picnic meeting, and it was $1.40 that day, but then he bounced out of that, won by 7 at Stony Creek, he won by 4 at Sale, and then he was narrowly beaten at Sandown. He's a really nice, lightly raced 4-year-old. I like his recent jump outs, and he's going to be one of the key chances here for sure.
He looks really forward in condition today too. It looks like he's done a heap of work coming into this. He hasn't got any excess weight on him at all at this stage of his preparation, so should be here to run well.
We flip the page and get to Honour Galore for Cliff Brown and Craig Williams. Where is she at, do we think, this time in, Zed?
I think she was underwhelming last time, and she's been around the mark this preparation. Like, she wasn't beaten all that far beyond Extra Galactic when she had her 3 starts back, and Extra Galactic's gone on with it, but she was probably a touch disappointing at Caulfield here on the Heath track. Craig Williams gets on board. I think her best form is right up to winning this, but it seems to be a while since we've seen it.
She's a mare that always has turned out in really nice order. She's got a lovely attitude on race day. She's a good-looking type of horse too, so it's always easy to like her. She looks very similar to how she has done all prep.
8, 9, 10 out. 11 is Electric Star for Lynn Tolson and Leonie Proctor. Logan Bates riding. This girl was the last start winner at packing and beating High Clown Morse. We see a little bit later on.
And that was this mare's first run for the new stable. She's formerly trained by Clinton McDonald. She had a good record, only very lightly raced. She's an out-and-out speedster. I think sticking to 1,000 metres is ideal. Encouraging win first up on a track that was quite wet. She has reacted well on dry tracks previously, so in a new environment, she might start to sort of build on that promise she showed very early.
She looks like she's ticking over really nicely, this horse. Her coat is awesome for this time of year. It's just lovely and healthy. Overall, just a really nice parade from a horse. It looks like she's going pretty well.
12 is Soju. For Simon Zara and Ryan Houston. They resumed at Warrnambool on the second day of the carnival on that heavy track and ran down the track. I think you just got to put a line through that. The track was pretty worn by that stage. It was a heavy tan, and plenty of gallopers just didn't appreciate the condition of the track, which is something that happens each and every year. Some horses love it, some don't, but you can see them bounce off it. She gets back onto a better surface here. I think if you trust her form from her previous campaigns, she can certainly improve.
She's quite a big burly type of horse, and I would say she's tightened up quite a lot from that trip down to Warrnambool, so hopefully she can improve on this good ground.
13 is Steamy Mist for Matt Laurie and Patrick Maloney.
she's quite an effective sprinter when she's kept to 1,000 metres. She was able to lead throughout to win at Werribee, beating Nasrawi, who was heavily supported at Werribee basically a month ago. She draws good gate. She has the speed to press up and put herself in a position. Clearly, this is a stronger race, but yeah, she's hard to fault.
A horse that I don't know, but she's been turned out nicely here. She wears the earmuffs for the whole race. You can see the different colour there with them being the navy blue. So wanting her to be nice and calm, and she's definitely conserving her energy before she runs.
Divitic's younger brother, it's horse 15, Pantoja, now in the year of Logan McGill, had a short and unsuccessful stint with Michael Hicklock in Adelaide. He was a very frustrating horse for connections earlier this preparation.
Yeah, given the pedigree, there's always been a bit of hype around this galloper, and unfortunately just hasn't measured up to that, which not many of the younger siblings of multiple Group 1 winners reach those same ability levels. But new environment, new way of training him could bring sort of an improved performance, but I'd rather see it before getting involved.
He presents pretty well here. He's quite a tall, athletic type of horse. He's got fitness on his side. He's been in work a good while now, even with the previous stable. So should be running up to expectation from what I can see.
Kylie Villa has gone to Luke Cartwright here for Demojo, who's first up. I haven't seen this galloper since he ran fourth in an 8-horse field at Warrnambool back on the 30th of November.
He's quite an effective 1,000-metre horse. He does need a few things to work out sort of well for him to be as effective as he can be, but he's tried up nicely. I think this is the right grade. They've used the claim well. I wouldn't be too concerned about the weight. I think that's just a reflection of sort of his class against this level of opposition, and he goes well on wet, dry, doesn't matter. He's just going to need the right range transit.
He's quite a heavy-set, strong-built type of horse, so even though it's a fair lump of weight to carry even with the claim, he presents pretty good here. He's a very relaxed customer. He definitely knows his job. He's standing here. He wouldn't be out of place at a pony club, just how quiet he is. But hey, looks like he'll tighten up, but he has got a good base there too.
Next horse to have a look at is Booney for Tom Dabinick. Also resumed at Warrnambool and was disappointing on face value.
He's at the crossroads of his career. He's been a little underwhelming in his past two preparations. He's a horse that was able to win at Warrnambool in a good race. He was narrowly beaten at Flemington on 2 occasions, but since then he's really sort of regressed down as he's been tested in stronger races. Importantly, the blinkers go on here, so maybe that's a gear change that can really bring back his best form.
Presents pretty well, to be fair, but I thought he looked good at Warrnambool too, and I thought he was a bit disappointing. So
I don't know about that,
hopefully he
Jimmy.
can, improve slightly better
But
on
yes,
this
we are
surface today.
What about Just Bolts here for Jamie?
able to use the feed.
Well,
It's
was
very
due to be
generous
Zach
of them
Spain.
that they're letting us use the
It
feed.
looks like it is still Zach Spain, so that's a good sign considering the agony that he looked to be in a couple of races ago. So,
Didn't get a lot of luck here last time in the race. That was won by Along the River, but when the gaps did open, they sort of got away from this gelding. So I thought he'd need to get back to go down to an easier class to win. He was able to win at Donald when he dominated from the front 2 starts back, but there's a fair bit of pressure in this race.
He's extremely fit, this horse. He's been in work a good while now, and he's quite a high energy sort of character as well. So fitness won't be letting him down here.
okay, Zed, we know you're very keen on the chances of Delicate Lady. 420 to 370 now since we've done the mountain. Yeah.
I think she looks well placed, back to 1,000 metres. There's a bit of speed here. I think Jamie Mott will just look to have her midfield with a little bit of cover, and hopefully she's blending in. We've seen her race with effect at this distance, just falling short. Once the day at Bendigo, she settled off the speed. She's soon late. You can sort of see a similar situation here. Rodriguez is the main danger. I think the betting is about right, having those 2 horses, the top 2 chances on. I've backed the 3. I'm scared stiff at the 6, and then I think the dangers outside of that at the 7 and the 1. But I'm sticking solid with the 1. Yep. 3. Yeah.
Well, I've gone a bit left field on with Electric Star, the 11, so not your selection, Zed, but I thought she looked fantastic in the yard. Her coat was beautiful, nice and fit. Looked like she was in the middle of summer rather than approaching winter, so happy to have her on top. Of the rest, I thought Delicate Lady presented really quite well. Rodriguez is another one that looks pretty forward here first up.
Get the points bet market. Rodriguez, $3.70, $3.80 Delicate Lady. So a good tussle between those 2 at the top of betting. Wanda Galore's been well backed. Halved her opening quote, now a $7 chance, $8.50 for Electric Star. Demojo resuming is 11. 23 to 14 for Just Bolts, and Steamy Mist has been 15 to 14 and 18 solid LP Dioro. So Rodriguez and Delicate Lady, $3.70 and $3.80 respectively, here in race number 5, the first leg of the Caulfield Heath Quaddie this afternoon. Okay, let's go and catch up with Brian McGrath, who looks to have a pretty emerging, promising horse on his hands here. Amy and Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Brian Rodriguez, he's a really consistent little horse, isn't he? Only very lightly raced. Are you happy with the way that he's come back this preparation?
I am, yeah. He's trolled up quite nicely. Probably a little bit better than last prep. And last preparation, he just kept getting better and better. As BZ alluded to, he got beaten non-tab at Bansdale, but he ended up winning a couple of races, and he came to town on his last start, and he was really brave over 1,000 metres on a dry track, and we just put him away, and I'm hopeful that he's improved a little bit more and he can keep on his winning ways.
You've been happy with the way that he's been working and trialling coming into today?
Yeah, he's quite straightforward. He's just a nice gelding to have around the place. And as I say, he's trialled up quite nicely. So on that, I'd like to think he's quite forward. But likewise, he's done it so easily. Whether he needed a bit more of a stretch out, we'll find out.
How aggressive are you going to be from the inside gate?
I think we've left the stacky. He's had a sit on him at the trials, which was good. And if something wants to go on, then we'll let them go. But he's quite versatile as well. And but if he finds himself in front, he's happy to be there as well.
How's the rest of the team going, Brian? Got any stars in amongst there?
We hope so. Getting a few of the youngsters come in now, which is good. And fingers crossed, we've got a... Hopefully Rodriguez can keep improving, and we've got a few other nice ones to look forward to, so fingers crossed.
We always look and hope. Good luck here.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, good to hear from Brian McGrath. Rodriguez is a fascinating runner here. Is that you're keen on Delicate Lady, and it looks like the market's coming with you. $3.60 now with points bet.
Yeah, she's going to be quite hard to beat. I'm very respecting of Brian McGrath's horse, Rodriguez. He's been heavily supported as well, and he looks to be a nice chance leading into this race. But some great shots there. It just gives you an indication of sort of where the course proper links up with the Heath track, and they do run downhill for that sort of first 150 to 200 metres, and they can build momentum from that 1,000-metre start, and then they get into the bend. So a little unique there coming across the main track for the early portion, and they get onto the Heath track. But yeah, the two horses at the top of the bending have been well supported here. Rodriguez drawn inside. You think his likely position is maybe just in behind the speed. I don't know if he's got the speed to sort of burn them off and want to try and sort of hold them out early, but we've seen him with a really strong acceleration at the end of his race, and I get the feeling that's where Delicate Lady will be coming from too, maybe sort of 2 or 3 pairs back just on the outside and looking to work into the race once they do come into the home straight. But it was a good race, but punters were really working towards the 3 and the 6, and I was with the 3.
Any thoughts from you here, Jules, ahead of race number 5?
Just significant, I think, this push for Rodriguez, that it's continued. It was sort of happy to play early doors when the first markets went up, but continued to push. So I would suggest they'll be extremely positive from this inside barrier.
Without further ado, let's head to Matty Hill. We're just gone a minute past start time. How did you see the first leg of the quaddie, Matty?
First leg of the quaddie here, Timmy, and it's found it to be difficult. Stuck with Delicate Lady, just couldn't quite get into the race the other day. Just got away from her a little bit, but this is a class of race suiting. 10 cents clear of Rodriguez, who's the up-and-comer from the inside draw and very quick. Little Stevie missed down the bottom, the 13, 15 into 13. Filling the stalls well, DeMojo is in, Soju coming forward on a galore. Caulfield D'Oro, Spanish for the Golden Boy, along with Electric Star to join them. So filling the stalls well, there's Just Bolts, Zach Spain, good to see Zach after that incident earlier in the barriers. They're a tough breed. Electric Star goes in, on a galore joining them, and Caulfield D'Oro is going to be the final one. The first leg of today's Caulfield Heath quaddie, the Tobin brothers celebrating lives handicap. Caulfield D'Oro goes forward.
Rexy!
11 to go at the 1,000 metres.
Welcome back, Rexy.
Just bolts away fairly. Booney out pretty well. Rodriguez on the inside jumped well with Steamy missed Booney. Just Bolts is mustering up on the outside in the pink jacket. Rodriguez is next on the inside in about fourth or fifth. Electric Star, it's outside. 2 lengths Delicate Lady and Honor Galore together. A gap to Mojo, Soju, and then Alpibe to Oro. And at the tail, Pantoja. 500 metres to go. Bernie led Just Bolts by a neck. They're 3/4 of a length. Electric Star 3 wide. Rodriguez is poised right behind them, fourth, followed by Stevie Miss. Delicate Lady pulled 4 deep on the corner. So
Run, baby.
Then Alpibe to Oro and well back in the field.
It's a horse race. If you gotta win, you gotta run.
Spread across the track. Soju down the middle of the course up to Electric Star below the 200. Delicate Lady next, and Rodriguez is darting back to the inside. Electric Star kicked at the 50 from Delicate Lady. Rodriguez. Electric Star just in front of Delicate Lady. Electric Star.
And it's 11, baby.
Next, Alpibe to Oro, a gap in the field, then to Honor Galore, Just Bolts, Pantoja,
11, 3, 6, and 12.
Mojo, and a bad last Booney. Electric Star, number 11, Logan Bates.
11, 3, 6, and 12.
They have this mare going really well with 2 wins on the bounce. Number 11, Electric Star, the winner. Second, 3, Delicate Lady. Jamie Mott for Jerome Hunter gave brave chase with the 61. And Rodriguez, who darted back to the inside in third ahead of Soju. So the win.
So what happened? It's exactly the same thing, okay? When the situations are normal, it is the lowest fixed value. Why? Because that's the class. The rest, everything is something that we have to figure out. But yes, that's the class. The 11, I mean, what is happening is the moment you modify the horse, the moment you're modifying the horse, it becomes unstable. The only issue that needs to be taken care of is the gate number. If the gate is wide, then it is problem. We go to the next. Six. 5, 10, 11, and 13 all scratched. 5, 10, 11, 13 are all scratched. 1, 2, 8, and 7. Okay, so here is the thing. So it's the 7 is a good horse. Okay, the 7 is a good one, but that's a 52. Whether it'll get through or not, that's debatable thing. It's jumping 5.5 steps up, so that's where the problem is. Okay, now the 2 is a higher fix. What is the issue with 8? If we look through the position of these two horses, they're the lowest. Okay, they're the lowest. 8 and 2 are the lowest, out of which this one is a chaser, this one is a drop, this one is highly fixed, this is a lower fix, which is all good. But the problem is here, the position. Okay, so now if we look at what is happening, so this, a lower position is bad. Okay, a lower position is bad. So if you look at this one, the position was, this one was higher. Okay, this one was higher, but at the same time, that is a 56. Here, the 58, that was the thing. And here it was 4, here it was 2, here it was 5, and then here on the 15, the position actually increased, but that is a little too much to expect from that horse from gate number 9. Okay, so that's not the thing. And here it was all higher modifications. So the 11 was the right odd. The 11 was it was in the best situation, but here these two are drop in the position. Then comes 4, which is okay, but then we have these horses which are up in the position. Okay, these horses are up in the position, which means these are better horses, out of which 7 is probably the best, but that's the 52. Now in the 57, if we look at what is happening, these two are the lowest modified. All right, these two are the lowest modified, the 12 and the 9. These are the lowest modified horses. Now This is a drop. This is staying. This is 1.5. Problem is the jocks. Both of these jocks are monkeys, but I still think this is the one. That's a drop. This is staying. This is chasing 1.5. This is chasing 3.5 steps up with a very high modification. These two are very high modified. I mean, higher than these. This one is good, but overall, if we try and figure out what is going on, it is probably 9. It is probably 9. But here is the fact. The fact is this, that I'm not going to get into it. Why? Because they are all going to run neutrals. Now, what does neutral means? The neutral means that they lose the traction at the last moment. Okay, they lose the traction at the last moment. Whenever a horse is in neutral, they lose the traction at the last moment. Plus, what is happening is the 9 is good. The 9. If we look at the entire structure, what is happening? So from the top, this is very high modified. This one is a drop, but the position is bad. That is that. And this one is Ladat, which is a 58, 1.5 chasing, 1.5 as a neutral. Can it do it? Yes, but doesn't have the form line. Okay, it doesn't have the form line. Then this is a very strong negative on this, a higher one. This, out of these two, I like the 9, but the point is this, that so what is good about 9? Good about 9 is the jockey is a dedicated jock, and they've got about 33% strike rate on this horse, which is good. The bad thing is this, that if you look at what happened here, 11, okay? So 11 was a fix, which was a lower, and then there was a jockey increment on this, okay? So for 1,000 meter, the jockey was carrying 1 kilo above. Here, it is dropping half a kilo. And this guy doesn't come into the orange section. Not one of these guys. So this can play foul. This can play foul. I mean, generally whenever the jocks are like this, the orange jocks, they're professional. They have their body weight in the limitation. But whenever it is all green guys or white guys, then it becomes a problem. So the 9 is good, but the support from the jock is doubtable. I mean, that is debatable. What will happen here with this jock, what he will do. So that's the problem. Whether one will win, in that case, that is also debatable. That is 3 steps up. This one is 5.5 steps up as a 52. Is it a good horse? Definitely it is a good horse. That's why it is there. But then the limitations are there. I mean, the physical limitations are physical limitations. As a 52, you're trained as a 52. All of a sudden, you jump to 57.5 with a 5.5 kilograms on you, plus the jock, plus the saddle and everything. So that becomes a little difficult proposition for 7. I'm not sure if that will work. They will work where? These are the horses which will probably work in tracks like Flemington and Randwick and all those places where these horses are of the tier 1 class. But here that 9 is a check. I'm out. I'm not going to get into it. This is a problem. This is a problem. I don't know if that'll work, and there are too many neutral horses in here. Things can go wrong. Gate 6, 12, 2. 12, 2. Okay. We'll see how that works. I'm not going to get into it. Yeah, Dow's at times things are just like that blurry. You can't force yourself in. You can't force yourself in when you don't see a light. That's the fact. When you don't see a light, you cannot force yourself in. Problem is, I mean, we're trying to figure this thing out with 50 plus channels. Okay, that's what we have. But is that all? I don't think so. I mean, it took us 2 years to figure out why the DICR is wrong, why the class rating is wrong. It took me 2 years to figure out why the class is wrong, where the class is going wrong. It basically happened with the when we started playing those league races, the listed races. That's when it started clicking me. It cannot be the fact. It cannot be the fact. I mean, if all of a sudden, if you put this horse into this position, like a 52 going to a 60, on what basis are you putting that horse on a 52 as a 60? And what happens when we look at how that DICR is working? So that is the highest class, okay? So people think that is the highest class. Now the fact is this, that highest class has water in the milk. That highest class has water in the milk, which is this fix. Two and six win. PC, welcome back. Warwick Farm. Staying on the 8.
That she's been back to the jump outs since her win. So what I'm reading out of that is they haven't rushed her back. They've allowed her to get over that win, give her another trial, and make sure she's got a good platform going to this.
It's just, I've always had such a big amount of time for this horse. I think she's got so much talent. She came in really big in condition just because she'd had such a long time off, but she's tightened up really nicely from that first half run. I think that she should be going very well based on what I'm saying.
The next horse to have a look at here in the mounting yard is the 2, Gwen's Girl, who's also right at the top end of the market for Tom Davenink. $5 chance.
She's a speedy customer. She was a little dull at Warrnambool last start. It was still a good run, but I think she's better on top of the ground when she gets that here. Gets the claim for Molly Burke, and I think the change in track condition is really positive for her.
She's very, very fit, this horse. She's quite a high energy individual, so never really carries too much excess condition. She saddles up looking really good here.
Next horse to have a look at is I'm Foxing for Alex Ray. Jamie Mellon in the saddle this afternoon. Look, she's been tested in some far weaker races, Ed, but she just keeps winning.
Hard to knock the way that she's gone her past 2. She was narrowly beaten on debut, and then she's gone bang, bang her next 2 starts. She looks worthy of having a crack in this grade. She's 40 days between runs without a jump out, but it's a 1,000-metre race. She looks to be quite fit. I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
She looks like she's had the work kept up to her well and truly. She doesn't look like she's had that sort of a gap between runs, just looking at her physically. She's a nice type of horse. She's got a really pretty head on her and just a good physical in general. So she presents really well also.
Strong Box is the next one to have a look at. And also another last start winner here, Zed. That was at Seymour getting his maiden out of the way, getting finance work.
It was an impressive win from off the pace. He couldn't go with them early, but the further they went, the stronger he was. He powered away the victory. And this is a horse who had big support on debut, didn't measure up there. So I think there's always been some expectation around him. He's been back to the jump outs, booking at Mark Zara. I've got him in my numbers. I think he runs well.
Nice type of horse too. He's quite a tall, athletic type of horse. Good attitude on race day. He seems to be conserving his energy pretty nicely. Big loose action on him. Can't fault what I'm seeing.
5's out. 6 is Doubtland Diva for Tony Noonan and Dakota Keane. Also a last start winner, beating Alzaro Pakenham.
It was over 1,200 metres, and she led at a fast pace and kept going and was too good for opposition on her home track. Comes back to 1,000 here, but from an inside gate with the claim, I think she's got enough speed to be in the first couple back at this trip. And it's hard to knock the way that she's going. She's just got to try and stay fresh back to 1,000 metres.
She's a busy little thing come race day. She's been bouncing the whole time that she's been in the yard, but not without being too silly about it. I think she's just a little sprinter that's ready to rock and roll. You can see that funny little string hold action before. That's normal for her.
Amping Lass for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Luke Nolan in the saddle was 9th in the race won by Trey Magnifique. Actually comes through a couple of races that Trey Magnifique has won at her last 2, this Wood Bassett filly.
And I do believe there was excuses there last start because she drew wide and she was a touch slow, and then the race just got away from her. She wasn't beaten all that far, under 4 lengths, but I think it was circumstantial more than the performance of this filly. But she's drawn a middle of the line gate. I don't think she's got the early speed to go with them, but she should be one that is building prior to the turn and looking to finish off strong.
She's a lovely, relaxed individual. She's got really good tone over her rib cage too. I don't mind it when the saddle blankets flick up like that. You can just see that perfect amount of coverage over her ribs. She should be running up to expectation.
Hey, Clyde Morse, interesting runner for Gavin Bedgegood and Craig Williams. Second up, resumed in the race won by Electric Star at Packet.
So that form has been enhanced to a degree. And if she's improved as much as Electric Star has come on since her last run, you think she's going to be right in the game here. But again, she's another that's always been well found by the betting because she's trialled particularly well before she came to the races and then even leading into this preparation. So booking of Craig Williams, he's 6 from 38 for Gavin Bedgegood, really positive return there. So I think it's a positive sign.
She looks excellent in the yard. Her coat is like it's the middle of summer. She's in really, really good physical shape. Nice and fit too. She's got lovely tone over her body. She's come to hand pretty quickly this preparation.
Blondie's Award for Shane Nichols and Hayden Black's the next horse to have a look at. A winner at Cranbourne last time out.
She was even terrific first up. So she comes through the strong maiden at Sale, where she was second behind Cattle Camp. There's been a couple of winners out of that, including Mad About Magnus, Path Heroes, and Bark. And the winner in Cattle Camp ran third in a stronger race. And then last start, she bolted in and looked to have more up her sleeve. So I've got a second pick. I'm going to have something on her. She's been totally unwanted by the betting. You'll get 20 to 1. I think she's a great chance.
She's quite a nice athletic type. She hasn't got any excess condition on her, and she's paraded really quite sensibly the whole time that she's been in the yard. So not seeing anything negative about her at all.
Greg Urell and Luke Cartwright combined here with horse 12, Bell Looper from a wide draw set.
Back to 1,000 metres, maybe.
Everything is good about that horse, but the jockey is
just a touch away, but I don't think that'll be too much
questionable.
concern from the wide gate, because she can just let the rest of the field sort of go. She'll find her feet and look for her enough strong rating.
Yeah, presented really quite well. Paired up with the pony and went out just a touch earlier than a few of them, but there was nothing wrong with what I was seeing from her.
Brent Zarafa, race number 6. How do you see it?
I've got price tag on top. I'm not sure if there's any value in her price at $350. It was a good win. She's been back to the jump outs, and she's got a strong pedigree. Close relation, cost a lot of money at the yearling sales. I can see why she's favourite, and I think she'll be hard to beat. But the two horses that I want to back, am having something on at a price, are the 9 Blondie's Ward and the 4 in Strong Box. I think they represent good value to back at double figures, then back down to Hay Climb Mouse. So one hardest to beat, but I'm backing the 9 and the 4.
With price tag, I love her. I think she's such a nice filly. She's come back in good order. She's tightened up nicely after her first up run, and she's here ready to rock and roll. I feel like this is a pretty good race, to be fair, much better than your normal midweek benchmark 64. There's a number of good-looking horses. They include Gwen's Girl on Foxing, Strong Box, and Hay Clown Mouse.
Let's have a look at the market. Points bet, race number 6, price tag $350. Not a whole lot of change here, really. $5 for Glen's Girl. Hay Clown Mouse, $6.50. Amping race 7. 9 out is Bell Looper. Doubtland Diva, $9.50. A little trim up for Foxing, who has been 16 to 12 since prices opened. 14 into 13 for Strong Box. Right down the bottom at $360 to $350 for price tag. Clearly the one the market says will be favourite here in race number 6. We're about 5 minutes off the scheduled start time here over 1,000 metres. Let's catch up with Tom Dabernig. The stable have Gwen's Girl representing the team here. Second up, baby.
Thanks for your time as always, Tom. Gwen's Girl. Gee, she looks a treat in the yard. She's been working well coming into today.
Yeah, she sort of had to freshen up and then ran at Warrnambool and had a wide gate on the tough conditions, but ran third, ran well. And the previous prep we saw a win well at Cranbourne. So she's a quick filly, but she's found herself in a competitive race today. So we'll see how she measures up.
Did she probably get a little bit further back than anticipated at Warrnambool?
Yeah, we're just a bit mindful not to gas her on the heavy ground. It was her first try on the heavy, and she seemed to handle the conditions. So it's sort of something a positive heading into winter. But I think on this bit better surface here today, she'll probably appreciate that as well. And we've got the claim as well. Linda Banks has had a really good understanding of her, so different riders today, but I think we'll still be competitive.
Do you just ask her to begin and hold a nice spot from that gate today?
Yes, she's got good natural speed, so I'd be surprised if she didn't naturally put herself handy. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, Amy.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a shower potentially passing through here. A bit of rain around, judging by some of the clouds. And yeah, that looks quite unpleasant out there at the moment. So interesting to see.
That shouldn't have too much.
It doesn't look too dark behind, does it? So hopefully just a passing shower. And you said there wasn't much on the radar, so maybe just a light sprinkle on the way through.
Yeah, a couple of mils were forecast, at some stage today, and unfortunately it's hit sort of during the meeting. So we've only got 3 more races to go, so it's not like we've sort of got the bulk of the meeting still to race. This track should hold up quite well to a little bit of water. It's not as though it will deteriorate too quickly. So I don't think we need to be rushing for wet trackers at this point, but maybe they might just start to edge away from that inside section and look for the better ground.
Jules, anything to add here? Price tag, fascinating runner. What are your thoughts on this car at $3.40 quote?
Yeah, I think it's sort of tightening up now. So, yeah, that 340, 350, 360 out there. Bottom one, a bit of support for it, Bell Looper. So, market suggesting it'll run well. I think this is a really competitive race. I sort of spoke earlier. I'm not 100% sold on price tag. It's got a lot of factors that'll keep the price in, being the camp and lightly raced and pretty good number last start. But I need to see it again to be completely in accordance that it's a nice horse.
Thoughts on the speed map here, Zed?
1,000-metre race, I think there's a bit of pressure. You'd expect that horses like Price Tag, Gwen's Girl, potentially Downland Diva, Blondie's Award, Hay Climb Mouse, they seem to be horses that can sort of charge forward and want to sort of own the event. The ones that I think are looking to just parking behind are Amping Lass, Strong Box, and Bell Looper. They'll be the horses that will be closing off well, but I don't think they're going to go slowly here, because I think Price Tag will want to protect the inside of Blondie's Award, or look to try and hold its position. And then it's sort of what Molly Burke wants to do on a horse like Gwen's Girl that's really going to force the issue in this race. Because we've seen her really hit the button and sort of take off previously, but they were just a little bit more conservative than wantable. But given what Tom Davidic said, they didn't want to sort of fire up on that effective track. They're more likely to do it here on a better surface in Caulfield.
Indeed. We're basically bang on a minute to start time. We can see Matty Hill. He's siding with Gwen's Girl ahead of Price Tag, Hayclown Morse and Strong Box. So 2, 1, 8, 4, the numbers for Matty. The loading process about to begin as we just have a bit of a passing shower, Matty, ahead of race number 6.
Yes, it's been interesting, the weather today. It's got very hotty out here. It's quite a heavy shower now, and quite tough to see the barriers from where we are through the binoculars. It's a really good shower here. Sprinkling showers on the radar, but yes, it's hit its target properly here now. So there's Strong Box going into the stores. Now Strong Box goes in. We've got 2 or 3 to load over there. Sandown Fields have dropped a good part on Saturday as well, as we'll be monitoring the weather over the next 72 hours heading towards Sandown. 9-event program. Plenty of the Winter Series races to meet to the Silver Bowl, Mahogany Series, Winter Championship, and the like. Good program Saturday. Now Gwen's Girl going forwards. So in the misty conditions over there, the field is locked away. Set to run. Ready and away they go. Price Tag jumped away quite well with Blondie's Award, and out wide a Kleiner Mouse, and also showing speed out past the middle is I'm Foxing. So after 250, I'm Foxing leading Price Tag and also Blondie's Award. Back behind those a Kleiner Mouse, Outland Diva. 2 lengths Gwen's Girl, Amping Lass, a gap to Strong Box, Bell Looper. So the front runner with plenty of speed is I'm Foxing, coming up towards the corner, led at the 450 by 3 lengths. From in second place, Price Tag, then Blondie's Award, Outland Diva. 2 lengths away, Gwen's Girl. Hey, Kleiner Mouse, Amping Lass, Strong Box, Bell Looper. It's
Run.
250 metres to go. Now shown its head about 2.5, Blondie's Award, who's chasing then Price Tag, Amping Lass. I'm Foxing, 100 metres to go. Can it see it through? It's starting to get a bit weary. Blondie's Award and Amping Lass now coming at I'm Foxing, folding up Amping Lass.
7.
Get there. I reckon I'm Foxing's last.
7, 9.
Blondie's Award, Price Tag, and a photo before. Followed by a Kleiner Mouse and David Libra, then Strong Box and Gwen's Girl, and Bell Looper in the tail of the field.
Okay, 9 is third.
I'm Foxing. Number 3 has lasted. Number 3, I'm Foxing's lasted. Jamie Mallinwell was steering the turf in the early stages. Didn't want to
3, 7, 9.
With Amping Lass diving, but it's I'm Foxing lasting from Amping Lass, Blondie's Award, Price Tag. As the judge calls a halt, race run.
3, 7, 9, 1. What happened? 3 went through. This is the problem. So you see, this guy, this is all about the jock. This thing was all about the jock. This was not supposed to win. But the jock here was like that. With that, he kind of got knocked out. And the 7 got through. 3, 7, and 9. I did not have the confidence on this jock to win this. I did not have the confidence on this jock. And I did not know whether that'll work here. That was that. And this was 2, 1, 1.5 station. But that's how the jockeys are. The jockey was good on 3. We'll go to the next. I did not get into it, by the way. Two, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14 all scratched. 2, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14 all scratched. 9, 10, 6, and 3. Nine, 10, 6, and 3. 9. Okay, so before we speak about this, we'll have to get to the Flemington races, and I'll show you something. So, okay, so you see that 2000 meter at Flemington, okay? That was a 2000 meter at Flemington. Now I was constantly asking the question whether the 4 is going to win with that drop. Okay, this was a 2000 meter and the 4 won. If you go to this one, the 19 won. Okay, now what is happening here? So what basically is a drop and how the drops are working. If we go to the last race also, the 9, the 13 won. Okay, the 13 won in the last race. This was an 1800 meter. This is Flemington. Now what is happening is this, that the fact that when there is a drop, we think it is a drop. Okay, now when there is a drop, there are few things that works. Firstly is definitely the fix. If the fix is on the lower side, and it is a drop, then the chances are the drop is going to win. Why? Because that's the highest from where it is coming, and that is a low fix on that horse. Okay, so coming to this one is this gentleman. If we look at the 9 is good. It's not a bad horse. It's a fantastic horse, which is quite capable of doing everything. The 16 is a fantastic horse as well, because through the position we see that. Okay, this is the least this is the last one in the position, but through the fix it is like that, and it's a 62.5. Now the point is this, that this is an 8-year-old gelding. Okay, this is an 8-year-old gelding within 1500 meters. Can it win against a 4-year-old mare? This is the right odd. Probably. That's the lowest fix. But this race is not exactly what was happening so far. Okay, this race so far we did not have an arrangement like that. So far there was none of the races had an arrangement like this. But here we have an arrangement like that. Now the thing is, we needed to be where? We needed to be 7.5, more than that, I think. We needed to be 4, okay, 7. Then the 19 was also 7. And this one was 8.5. Here we are dropping to 6.5. Here we are dropping to 6.5, which is like that. This is a 1.5 feather jock. I mean, it's very difficult to beat the 9. That's true. That is true. It's very difficult to beat the 9. But that 8 is a check. Whether it'll win or not, we'll get to see. That's a 58. That's how it looks like, 0.5. This is where the drop starts happening, okay? This is where the drop starts happening. So it's not the same as what we were dealing with so far. So far, we were dealing with all fast horses and, things that are visually there. This thing is not visually there. And what I mean by that is, so far things were like, 3-year-old fillies and all those things were happening. But that's the structure of these races, and this one is completely different. I mean, why would someone put, why on earth there is a 8-year-old gelding doing what with, that is where it is coming from, 62.5 with a drop of 4, and the fix is low. This is definitely a good horse. There's no doubt. This is definitely a good horse. Big bet 2 Caulfield, which is 2. Where is 2? Okay, you were talking about this 2, I think. There's no 2 in this one. This 7. We'll see what they have to speak about that 8. That was Doomben. Okay, we'll see if we got that. Three seven nine one stretch. Yes, 3791. I still haven't pressed any button on 8. We'll try to figure out once they start talking. I also need to know what they want to talk about 8. Yeah, Jenny is going to be there in Doomben. But the problem is for Saturday, if you don't have a feed, it is very dull. In Doomben, I will not get a feed. That's the only problem. For Doomben, I won't get a feed. But maybe, let's see if we can work out something. PC6. Okay. Let's see what they have to speak about both these horses, the 11 and the 8.
'70s, Ed, let's get right into it because Modown, right at the top of the day, you said this was a horse that maybe, well, I suppose it probably is almost D-Day for him, isn't it?
He's at the stage of his career where he's getting down to the easiest race he's contested for quite some time. I don't think he's harshly treated at the weight scale, given the 3 kilo claim for Emily Posman. I think he's worth having a crack here. He's a good price. He didn't get a lot of things in his favour last time, but I can see him improving.
He's a big, strong horse too, BZ. So even though he still has to lump a good amount of weight, he's got the frame to do it. He's very fit. He's been up a good while now, a few gear changes to hopefully just do the trick to get him back in winning ways, but he presents very well.
2's out, 3's didn't miss many for Archie Alexander and Luke Cartwright. A last start winner with Holly Durnan in the saddle went $4 favourite, beating Gisela at Ballarat.
There's not a lot of speed in this race with a couple of the scratchings, and I'd imagine that Luke Cartwright's going to go forward and look to control things. Might be hard to catch.
He looks really good. Just can't fault what I'm seeing at all. He's in really good nick from head to toe.
Nearing Liberty is resuming for Matt Brown and Ben Mellum. It is out, so it won't be resuming. 6 is Oriental Smoke for Lindsay Park and Jackson Radley claiming 3 kilos. Just the second run in Australia for this bloke. Previously, he was racing in Hong Kong.
Eye-catching run first up. It was a great performance behind Rosa Aotearoa. Viva Sismo comes through that same race, but he was closing rapidly on the leaders in that event. So you'd imagine the step up in trip would be ideal. He continues to improve fitness-wise. He's a big show in this race.
Pretty eye-catching parade too to back up that run first up back in Australia. He presents in such good order here. His coat is beautiful, very, very fit horse.
What about the 7 Chihuly here, Zed? For Greg Gorilla and Bo Mertens. We haven't seen this go on the pack since the start of September last year. So been given a lengthy spell.
Long spell first up. Gelding that tends to show his best when he gets to 2,000 metres. So I think it's fair to assume that he'll be underdone here and he'll need the run.
He does look like he's just going to improve with the run. He's got a healthy baseline there. He's come back in great order. He's a really healthy individual, I should say. But he will definitely tighten up after today's efforts.
What about our lone star for Rothfire fame, Brad Rawiller in the saddle here, Zed?
He's going to go around at Rothfire type of odds in this race. He was a good winner first up in a weaker contest at Echuca, and then he was comfortably beaten last start. But we've seen okay runs from our lone star when he's come to stronger contests previously. He's just now 8 and he's starting to get on. He's a little inconsistent. I thought he'd be better placed than some of these.
Very fit horse. His coat's just a little bit wintry, which is to be expected for this time of year, but he's nice and healthy, no less.
Vivacissimo for Lindsay Park and Ben Allen, second when resuming at Bendigo, Zed.
I think she's the obvious favourite in this race. She was 3 months between runs going into that effort at Bendigo, short of her best distance, and she still ran well. We've seen her run second at this track previously. The step up in trip looks ideal. She can map to be in a prominent spot just in behind the speed. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Looked pretty spot on in regards to her fitness for this distance range today. She's a really lovely, big moving horse with a healthy glow.
Now, the last time we raced at the Caulfield Heath, Cardi B was able to get another win, Zed.
She's going well. She's won 2 of her past 3 starts and was narrowly beaten by Fiona Trone at her other contests. She likes this distance range. She's well weighted after the claim for Molly Burke. She can put herself in a forward position.
Jimmy won.
Settle in the top 2 or 3 here. This is stronger opposition than what she's faced previously, but she's still on the way up.
Looks really good once again today. To be fair, she's looked pretty similar all preparation, and she's been racing really consistently, so she should be putting in another good performance based on what I can see.
The Devil in Her hasn't won in a little while, and she's resuming this afternoon.
Yeah, she's a stayer that has only had 1 jump out. She's had 51 weeks off. It'll be a massive shock if she's forward enough to win against this opposition at this distance.
Yeah, I'd be shocked too. I think she's got a good baseline there. She has got a cheeky first up record, so it'd be silly to dismiss her altogether, but she does look like she's got that natural improvement to come.
12, 13, 14 out. 15 is Cameron Falls for the Hope team with Ryan Houston riding 4th at that meeting behind Cardi B last start.
Does get a nice drop in the weight, so Cardi B goes up 1.5 kilos and Cameron Falls comes down 3. So he's only beaten the length there and gets a favourable turnaround of 3.5 kilos. Consistent gelding, doesn't win out of turn, but has performed well on this track previously. And I think the 1500 is the right distance range.
Pretty consistent parade from this bloke too. I seem to see him every second start or thereabouts, and he looks the same as he has done all prep.
And He's horse number 16. I said one of the best named horses in the country. Chris Waller, John McNeil. Look, his best form clearly over much further.
I think his stature leads to his name. Quite a small horse. He's a stayer. He'll be better once he gets over further. I can't see him being competitive here.
Doesn't usually fire first up looking at his previous record either. He does look pretty forward in condition though, either that or he's just a bit of a natural athlete and doesn't really get too burly, but he was nice and relaxed in the parade ring. There was no knock.
We're backing Mo down here, Zed?
Yeah, I'm backing Mo down at the price. I think he is well up to winning this. Vivacissimo is going to be hard to beat just because she is consistent. She maps to get a nice run, but like, Vivacissimo is still coming through benchmark 70s and 66s, and like if you put Mo down into a 66 or a 70, he would have been hard to beat there as well. Like I know his last run on face value was disappointing, but his trial prior to that was outstanding. Charlotte Littlefield put the blinkers on him last start, and he just didn't seem to fire. He drew wide. Track was pretty firm at Flemington, and the whole field just all sort of went at the same pace, and nothing really made a lot of ground. So I'm having to overlook that. I'm banking on the best form of Mo down. I think there's a few horses in this race that just can't win because they want further or are just not up to this grade. I think he's a great each way hope at that price.
And with Oriental Smoke on top from the yard, this horse looks sensational from where I was standing. His coat was just beautiful, really nice looking horse too, with a good overall physique. So happy to have him on top. There's a number of horses just below him that presented pretty similarly. They were Mo down, didn't miss many, Vivacissimo and Cardi B.
Look at the points bet market before we hear from one of the connections. Vivacissimo $2.85, $5.50 on the second line of betting for Cardi B, who's been really well supported, as has Didn't Miss Many. Has been 7 to 6.50 late. Oriental Smoke 6 out to 6.50, 9.50 to 9 for Modown. Cameron Ford has been supported.
Yes, coffee is expensive.
Chipped away at the devil in Perth.
I'm out, bro.
And attracting some good support here with PointsBet. Let's hear from Charlotte Littlefield ahead of Modown here in race number 7.
Your time as always, Charlotte. What are you going to do from that gate?
It is a tricky one, isn't it? And been a little bit open with Emily about how to ride him, but we'd like to see him be positive from the gates. And he has been slow away on occasion, so we'll just have a man up with him and try and get him to jump nice and cleanly. And if she can position the first 4 or 5, that would be ideal, with some cover ideally. But we always know when you jump from these slightly tricky gates that other things can happen. And if she does happen to miss the kick, well, she'll just ride for luck.
You've tinkered with a little bit of gear coming into today. Talk us through the thought processes there.
I galloped him myself on Saturday. I just wanted some more brakes on him. He obviously can overdo it occasionally, but we felt we needed the blinkers on at times just to keep him focused. So it's been a catch-22 with the blinkers. We've decided to take them off because he did trial well without them, and he galloped beautifully in the Northern bit. He just settled that much better for me. So I thought we'll keep that on, give Emily some breaks, and hopefully she can just ride him nicely. And he gets over the top and shows the old Mo down.
We would love to see it. How's Concord? Connie pulled up after the weekend.
She's good. She's out in the paddock, and I went and put a new rug on her yesterday just to make sure she's nice and warm because the weather hasn't been kind. But yeah, she didn't want a bar of me yesterday, so she's clearly telling us she needs some time out. Nice 4 weeks now will do the world of good.
Team's going well. Good luck to you. Hopefully this horse can turn it around. Thank you.
Yeah, she's got a great little team engaged at the moment, does Charlotte Littlefield. We're basically a minute on start time here, Zed. Modown, you were cheering here in the studio when Charlotte said they're going to try and be a bit more positive today.
Yeah, well, it just shows intent that they want to be put into the race, which is always a nice thing to hear from trainers. But I think Modown is set up to run a big race. Don't have to be Albert Einstein to work out that his best form is right up to winning this. So
you're a smart bloke.
Hopefully we can see that.
All right.
Thank you for saying that, Jimmy.
Smoke on top ahead of
And thank you for being here, everybody. It means a lot.
Timmy, thank you. Race 7, the Ive Handicap, 1,500 metres, and getting close as our Sky.
I'm out. This is a little tricky one. I don't know how this will play on a Wednesday. I don't want to take a chance, and I've had my share today.
$8 into $6, and is vying now for second favouritism. Just about ready. Didn't Miss Many goes forward. Luke Cartwright locked away. Set at the 1,500s. The Devil in Her standing patiently in barrier 1. Ready and racing. Vivacissimo leapt away well, straight towards the lead from Didn't Miss Many. And they were followed by deeper on the track, getting to third, Cardi B. And also Cameron Falls is pushing up. So as they sort out their order, Didn't Miss Many is going to lead. From Cameron Falls, Vivacissimo third, then Cardi B. Next in the field along the inside, Oriental Smoke from Mow Down, the Devil in Her. Then came well back Our Lone Star, who would spot the lead about 9 lengths, and second last Jahuli at the back. Didn't Miss Many, the front runner. Runs off the back section, even speed, 3/4 of a length, Cameron Falls. Vivacissimo third and fourth is Cardi B. Over a length and a half, Oriental Smoke and Mow Down. A gap, the Devil in Her, Our Lone Star out at the 750, and Jahuli is at the back of the field. Hasn't been helter-skelter. Didn't Miss Many in front of Cameron Falls. Vivacissimo is third, and then came Cardi B. A length and 3/4 Mow Down, and then Oriental Smoke. Our Lone Star as well back. Has 3 behind it. The Devil in Her, the fence, then Jahuli and Ant. Coming up to the turn. So Didn't Miss Many, just tries to quicken it up slightly before the corner from Cameron Falls, but the leaders have had plenty of an advantage. Cardi B hooked to the outside, and a beautiful run appears for Vivacissimo as the leader left the fence. Approaching the 200 metres, Didn't Miss Many with Vivacissimo up on the inside. Cameron Falls is right there, the outside. The Devil in Her is coming through late. Vivacissimo, 50 to go. Didn't Miss Many, the Devil in Her. Vivacissimo, Didn't Miss Many's lifting, and Oriental Smoke comes at the ball and wins. Right across the track, Oriental Smoke beat Didn't Miss Many, Vivacissimo. Cameron Falls, the Devil in Her in a photo for 4. Cardi B wasn't beaten far. Our Lone Star behind them, followed by Mow Down, and then Jahuli towards the back of the field. Cardi B pulls up quickly. Terrific finish. Oriental Smoke wins. Number 6 has beaten Didn't Miss Many. Photo third, Vivacissimo, the Devil in Her. Then it was Cameron Falls, Cardi B. So Cardi B has been beaten 3/4 of a length and has run 6th. And then Ant behind those has been beaten a length and a quarter in 7th place or thereabouts. So terrific go, but Oriental Smoke wins. Number 6, Jackson Radley, continuing to make a name for himself here in Victoria for Team Hayes.
Busy boom!
A couple of the big chances in the race.
6.
Haven't quite nailed it. But just when it looked like Vivacissimo was going to get up on the inside and blouse them all, Didn't Miss Many, found again. Those leaders didn't spend a lot of tickets. And then it was Oriental Smoke who's bloused them late on the outside. Here are the placings: 6, 3, 9, 11, 6, 3, 9, 11, 6 Oriental Smoke, over 3 Didn't Miss Many, 9 Vivacissimo, and 11 the
6,
Devil
3,
in Her.
9, 11.
We've had some absolute...
6, 3, 9, 11. 6, that 80. I told you this is a little dicey one. This thing, why those 8-year-olds are there. This 9 was good, but that's not the fact. This is a little too much. 6 with a 60, which stayed. PC, boom. That was also an 8-year-old. This was 6, then 3. That was a little too much to expect from that, but that happened. 6 went through. 6, good. PC, that was brilliant. 6. We'll go to the next. That is the last one. (12, 13, 15, and 16 all scratched. 12, 13, 15, and 16. There's none of those. 8, 1, 14, and 4. The odds are right. It is, I mean, it has the highest advantage. It's not, that's the resistance. This is where it lies. That's the rock. Everything is good. There's nothing wrong with this horse. There's nothing wrong with this horse. The odds are right. The right odd. 11, 1, 2, 3. I'm sure the 9 comes in. That 9 is probably there in some kind of a form, but 8 probably is the right odd, unless there's something majorly that goes wrong. 8 is the right odd. Yeah, we we just saw that PC. That was brilliant on that 6. I mean, I had a hunch that there's something going to go wrong because it is not the same structure as the previous ones. So one of the 8-year-old is going to work. This one was there, but they did not speak anything rightly about that horse. So I kind of stepped out. But PC was very persistent on this one, which is it just paid off. That was a little too much, I think. It was also losing weight. So that all that happened. And the balance was superb on this horse. So that was all that happened. So here it is like 8 to 5.5, 3.5. We had the 2, 3, and 9 here, but there's a 54, and this one was a 58. I don't know if the 4 got through. Did the 4? No, the 4 did not get there. The 11 actually got there in the 4th position, which was good. Anyway, that happened. 8 is the right odd. I don't know whether it'll win or not. It's on the advantage model, and it fits the bill. Bye-bye, Jimmy. I'll see you on Saturday.
one know as soon as we hear. But we've got a market for the last at Caulfield Heath, which is only 12 minutes away. Barbaric Lad is a $4.20 favourite. And the Wasp, horse number 1, does win at Belmont.
Favourite salutes.
Brave Wasp for Patrick Carberry beats Spartan Lass for Holly Noddle. So 1 beats 7 there in race 3 at Belmont. Barbaric Lad 420, 650k in cheer. Let's get into the mountain yard for the last at Caulfield.
This mounting yard is brought to you by The Verdict, Monday to Friday. Available wherever you get your
Is that a good preparation, the source, Zed Carrying Cheer? He's only really put in the one sort of falter, and it was 2 back at Caulfield, and he only ran 6 to 12. Aside from that, he's basically won or been in the placings.
Been very consistent, and he looks well placed in this grade. I think 1200's an ideal distance for him. I don't think the wide draw's all that much of a concern. The track's raced extremely well today. You can win down on the inside. They're steaming down over the top of them, so no, I wouldn't be concerned about that. It's more about the pace of the race and where he fits in. I think they'll go back and look to ride him to finish off strongly, though.
This time of year, he just hasn't trained off at all, which is a really good sign of a horse that's ticking over well and is healthy on the inside.
And the second horse we get to look at is Lim's Bighorn for Dan Maher and Jake Noonan, a $26 chance. The last start winner at Cranbourne.
Showed a lot of speed on that occasion and burnt them off over 1,200 metres and just kept running. I would assume the tactics would be very similar here, but he was advantaged by a dry track and an inside night at Cranbourne on that occasion. I don't know if he's going to get the same favours here, but he's quite honest.
He just carries a good bit of natural condition, this horse, so he never really looks much tighter than what he does today. He's got a really sweet attitude on race day, does everything right.
What about Karhoff? On his day, more than capable, but gee, he could mix his form a bit.
I think first up at 1,200 metres, he might be vulnerable. Second up 14, I think, is when he'll be at his best, or around that 13 to 1,400 metre range. And the market is reacting to that. I think if he was a little shorter in the market, it would be an indication that he's really sort of ready to revved up to go. And he did win a recent jump out, but my feeling is he'll be better next time around.
That's what I think too, BZ. I've got a soft spot for this horse. I quite often find him on top from the yard. He looks great, but he's just not there just yet.
4 is Prancing Spirit for Philip Stokes and Molly Burke. 3rd at Mornington in the race won by Celsius Star. Back on Cup Day.
Super consistent, month between runs. It's been solid form out of that race. Stolly Bolly finished behind him and then won at Flemington. Won at Bendigo and then was narrowly beaten at Flemington on the weekend in a good race. So he doesn't win out of turn, but if he finds his best form, he's right up to winning this. And I think he looks well placed. He's my top selection.
He looks good too. He's nice and enthusiastic in the parade ring here. His weight range looks exactly where it needs to be for him. He's a real short coupled, deep girthed horse. It always looks big around the middle, but this is very typical for him.
Charlotte's got a terrific record at the distance and is resuming this afternoon. And he's a winner fresh previously.
Ooh, nice trial from this gelding leading in. Finished 3rd in a recent jump out at Balnarring and then was very strong through the line in the latest trial here on the Heath track over 950. So I think Matt Laurie's got this horse ready to run a big race first up.
I agree. I think the horse presents beautifully here. He looks like he's going to be in for a really nice preparation. His coat's unreal. He's always got a nice attitude. But he's got a good bit of work behind him as well. I think that he's here to run well.
6 is Bonds to Riches. Alex Ray looking for a double. Ben Allen in the saddle of this galloper.
He had the one jump out, but it was a very pleasing piece of work over 1,000 metres recently behind Capricorn Star at Cranbourne back on the 4th of May. Just tanked up to them on the outside. It looked as though he had plenty up his sleeve. So he's another horse that may improve with one run stepping out to the 1,400, but he's tried up very sharp.
He's a horse I don't know particularly well, but he's such a big barreled horse. I would have thought he's still got a bit of improvement to come, but it is half his physique too. I'd probably just stay out on him today if it was me.
Jackson Ice is an interesting horse. He hasn't won in a long time. We know he can push forward. He's drawn wide. Do you expect they'll chance their arm? Well,
if you look at his race form, you'd think he's just going to go forward for sure because that's what he's done consistently. But in the latest jump out, they actually rode him off the pace. Now, whether that was just by design in the jump out because they didn't want to sort of fire him up, or is that thought they might do something a little bit different. I don't know if you can teach him something at a 7-year-old, but if they push the button on him, he does have a lot of speed.
He's pretty forward in condition too, so I think there's a fair bit of intent with the way that he's been turned out here. He's moving quite well. He's got a good flow to his coat. He should be running a cheeky race.
We know Barbaric Lad's got a good turn of foot on his day, and he does like racing at the Caulfield Heath track.
And Mark Zara seems to get the best out of this horse. He was unlucky last start, was solid albeit in a race that I think is a little weaker than what he faces here, behind Wings and Propellers at Geelong recently. Consistent horse. I think he's right up to winning this. I just think he's a bit short in the market.
He looks really, really good, so I can see why the market's coming for him. He's always presents in pretty healthy order, but I think that he's just been ticking over really well.
Heraldus, an interesting first starter here in the new camp for Tony and Calvin McAvoy. Zed?
He's trialled very sharply leading into this on 2 occasions at Flemington, so I think he's ready to go first up. I've got him in my numbers highly. I think he'll run a bold race here at $16.
Yeah, he presents really, really good too. I was looking forward to seeing him as a horse that I know particularly well, but he's got one of the best coats in the yard for sure, and he's quite a robust horse, but he's really quite tight and forward in condition for him.
10 is prevailed for Market Levi Kavanagh and John McNeil, looking for another winner on the pro.
When it comes to the race at Bendigo behind Rosa Aotearoa, Viva Sismo finished just ahead of him and Oriental Smoke was behind him. I think that's good form for this race. It was narrowly beaten behind King Tut 2 starts back. He's totally underrated, this horse.
He's very fit, very good parade from him. I do agree with you. He's quite underrated. He's pretty consistent in the way that he's been turned out. I saw him a couple of starts ago and he looks similar today.
Impending Link is returning for Greg Urell and Craig Williams this afternoon.
He's quite a consistent horse. I think he'll tend to improve when he gets to, say, 1,400 metres. He could be one that is just a touch vulnerable here first up.
I think that too, in the way that he was turned out. He's got a nice bit of work behind him, but I feel like he's just going to tighten up a little bit after today as well. He's moving very well going down to the start though.
Miss Mahjong for Matt Kamani and Kian McRedmond.
I've had something on her last start at Seymour.
Oh.
And home you go. Whatever result here. Steam down the outside. Looked as though she was going to win easily. And then Kadeem just got a snuck up on the inside. Then Kadeem's enhanced that form to a point, going oh so close at Flemington on the weekend. Gets in quite light. She's racing well. She's hard to knock.
Yeah, she's hard to knock from where I was standing too. Just in really nice, healthy order. Paired up with the pony, she's been on pretty good behaviour from what I've seen.
15's out, 16's out. So that is it here, Zed. And you're hoping to chase a bit of value here in the last.
It's that type of race. I honestly found it difficult to have a dim view on basically 8 or 10 runners in this race. It's so open and it's just a good betting race. Like, have a look at the market. What is it, $4.50 the field? And, if you want to be against the favourite and they are defeated, you're going to get a good price about anything. I think Prancing Spirit runs really well. Heraldus first up. I'm keen to be with it at a price. I think Prevail to go forward and put yourself somewhere near the lead. And Kayin Cheer's been flying since coming into the Australian arm of the Lindsay Park team. So, open race. I've had something on the 4 and the 9.
I'm with Barbaric Lad on top from the yard in the last here at Caulfield. I thought he presented beautifully. I think that he's just been ticking over really nicely between runs. He's in good, healthy shape. Of the rest, Heraldus, I was quite impressed with the presentation of this horse today. He's quite a big burly kind of horse, but I think that he's pretty forward here. And Charlotte was another horse that I thought presented really well fresh.
Final check of the points bet markets this afternoon here at Caulfield. Barbaric Lad $4.50. Just a little slight drift. $5 for Car Ying Cheer. 7 for Miss Mahjong. Prevail's been solid $8.50. Just out from $6.50 when prices opened for Prancing Spirit, but not alarming by any means. Bit of a move for Charlotte, who's now $12. 14 for Bonster Riches and Carhoff first up is a $16 chance. But Barbaric Lad looking like it'll start favourite here in the last $4.50. With PointsBet, let's catch up with Matt Kamani because Miss Mahjong is representing the camp here in the last.
Time that, just casting your eyes over there. It's the benefit of having your horse ponied round to the start, isn't it? You can keep an eye on her. You're happy with what you're seeing.
Yeah, she's nice and relaxed there. And actually, she's been improving throughout her career. She can get a bit hot-headed, but bring a pony with her, and if you get a pony down to the start, she's okay.
Is she difficult to train at home?
She can be, yeah. She's quite fierce and wants to get it over and done with in her gallops. It does make it a bit difficult to train her. You can't really fully assess her at things at 100 miles an hour. But in a race, she actually tends to supple quite nicely if you can get her behind the horse. And hopefully that'll happen today.
She's been really good her first 2 runs back this preparation. How's she been between the runs?
Gate 186.
Really I'm happy with her. I thought that last run was excellent. It's a shame she was drawn wide. I think had the barriers been reversed, I think she could have won that race. But good to see some non-winning but very good form come out of it, and I think that puts her in with some top 3 or 4 chance today.
How do you see the map working out for her? Do you try and hold a spot from that good gate?
I think there's a lot of speed in the race, and she's a filly that in the past has sometimes looked a bit flat-footed, so I think we'll probably end up either just one out with the McElroy horse on our inside, or maybe just behind that horse on the rail. Obviously, it'll present a bit of a question mark for
I'm out.
down the straight, whether he hits to the inside if they're all coming down the middle, whether he goes with them.
I'm not in it.
You've got a runner at Seymour tomorrow. Do you would on fast and starts if you could scratch it. So my horse had a better chance. He said, "No, I thought you were a nice bloke. What's going on?"
Yeah, he's in good shape still, but he hasn't been winning his races. He's not really been performing up to the level we know he can perform at, so that has to raise a lot of questions going into tomorrow, and I don't think he merits a short price favouritism. I mean, favourite, okay, but a very short price, I think, is probably over-egging it. There's a reason why he's not winning. I think it's because he's still a colt and is thinking about it, but it could easily affect him tomorrow as well.
Might take a billion time next year. Good luck here.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Inside 2 minutes until the final event here at Caulfield Heath. Zed, we said at the start of the day the track's just been playing so well, and again it has been superb.
You can be down towards the inside, you can lead, you can make swooping runs down the outside. No issue at all with the way that the Heath circuit is racing, and we're racing there again next Wednesday. So getting plenty of use, which is fantastic given the Kikuyu grass will start to die off as it gets cooler here in Victoria. We haven't had the total winter snap just yet, but when it does, that grass will go dormant. We won't have as much racing there, and it'll switch across to Sandown on a lot of these Wednesdays.
So you've backed a couple of roughies here, Zed.
Yeah, Spect, Prancing and Heraldus, and I actually also had something small on Shalut. Okay, also my top four numbers, but
4, 5, and 9. Yeah,
it's just at a price.
All right. Good luck if you're getting involved here in the lucky last draw, if you're still alive in the quaddy. Benchmark 74. Let's head up to Matty Hill for the final time this afternoon.
Great, so it's been good racing here at Caulfield. MRC head to Sandown on Saturday and Mornington on Monday. And good open race to end at that. As I mentioned, they've been happy to have a few of these. Barbaric, good second up record. Its best ever effort was on the Heath track earlier in its career. Mark Sarah running a sprinkling of rides this afternoon aboard. As Carhoff was 16 to 13 on the official price goes in. So a little longer odds for Carhoff. So going forward well over there. Just obscured by Breeze, working off the monitor here in the first few bounds of the 1200 metre races. Prevailed. Goes into the stalls, placed its last couple. Big Horn joining with Jake Noonan. It'll be one of the last down there. Them's Big Horn is forward. Monster Rich is forward, with also Miss Mahjong drawn towards the inside. As going in is Barbaric Lad. Now here's Jacks on Ice. Jacks on Ice goes forwards. And that's it. They're ready. Ready to go. Monster Rich's keen to get on with it, racing. Barbaric Lad away with them. Miss Mahjong over on the far side began pretty well. Lim's Bighorn is showing speed to lead the race, with Prevailed and Jacks on Ice out deeper on the track, and they were followed by Prancing Spirit disputing fourth with Carhoff Monster Riches. Behind them, Car Ying Cheer, and then came Heraldus the inner from Miss Mahjong, Shalut, and then well back is Impending Link with Barbaric Lad. So Lim's Bighorn is the leader. 800 metres to go.
What is he doing?
A length Jacks on Ice deeper. Carhoff fourth the fence, then Bonds to Riches.
He's in middle of nowhere.
On centre field with Car Ying Cheer around it at halfway. Heraldus as well back in the field. Impending Link. And towards the end of the field,
he's in middle of all the traffic in the world.
Salute, but they're tightly packed. 400 to go. Lim's Bighorn from Prevail, Jacks on Ice, and then Carhoff the inside. Further back, Bonds to Riches. Car Ying Cheer out deeper on the track is looking to come on from Impending Link. Jacks on Ice struck the front, 200 metres to go from Prevailed. Car Ying Cheer, Bonds to Riches, bullocking into the clear. Jacks on Ice getting tired. Car Ying Cheer, Impending Link coming at it. It's Car Ying Cheer up to Jacks on Ice. Impending Link coming at them both.
11.
Impending Link has won from in second. Car Ying Cheer, Jacks on Ice, Car prominent for fourth. Prancing Spirit behind
that guy was a moron of the highest order.
Barbaric Laddergap, Heraldus, and Lim's
That guy was the moron of the highest order.
Pending Link, number 11. Craig Williams for
11.
Greg Urell has broken through first up.
11-1-7.
At start number 31, hadn't been seen since October of last year, and has nailed Car Ying Cheer Jack's on ice and a photo for
11-1-7. 11 was this guy. 11, 1, and 7. So basically what happened is this genius, he thought, I mean, he's completely uneducated. That's what it says. He thought that I'll keep it at the back in middle of the entire traffic, and then I will push it through like an arrow, which doesn't work. So that's what the thing is. So that was a complete disaster by this guy, whoever was writing this. He should be fired with immediate effect. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races today here, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been here watching the stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much. I know you're gone, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Rexy, thank you so much for being there, my friend.